CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Our family.
Taco waiting to try and get a gank off down in, or up at the top. Meanwhile, it's down in the bottom. Prescott rarely left on his own, but he might still be able to get a 1v2. Look at Blaze already going down on the last hit after the Moonlight Vigil. This Jace starting to push pretty heavily. I don't think Quiet's really been able to find the answer against him as he goes to the skies again. Still the level advantage.
This is a good
Does
opportunity.
Get pinballed. That was really good there.
Yes.
But Quiet is going to get knocked away. Oh, into the flash dash.
Over to Impunity. Forces ICU here and Bank 2. Whoa, flash over the wall into the kill onto Blaze. Doesn't even need his support. And how flashes. Absolutely massive. Allows them to know the exact timing of people coming down the ramp here, but they're not able to hold it, and the fight starts.
Engage from Kaiwing. Oh, that's huge burst right now. Do they have enough damage? Enzo is going to go into stasis. Driver, though, dropped Lilvi as well. Massive damage as Unified. Don't look cool. Driver's caught, but I don't know if it's going to matter here. He's got a massive level advantage on everybody.
He
no,
just
and
healed
World
Infinite.
Ender. Yeah, he did. And they're all 5 on top of him while the Baron is going. If he still gets these kills, I'm telling you. Now, the screen's a little frozen for me right now, but I tagged right back just in time. And Driver is still alive. They shut him down.
Okay, do
Here's
it.
Unibroid
Do it.
Going in for round 2. Deletes one. Goodbye, Clayx. Gonna try to
Oh,
find
no, he
Villia.
missed.
I did miss the second, so unfortunately can't get that one, but he's going to take down Lazar. Looking for the quadra kill on his own right now. Oh, boy on to Shiramini. The flash, the triple. Will Kongyan beat the scumbag and steal?
Oh, they don't have CC.
He's out.
The difference between medicine and poison is the dosage. Allow me to demonstrate. Ah, my favorite part of the job. Product testing. Oh, I love it. Move now! Die for me. I don't need to get my hands dirty. Oh, but I do enjoy it. Kill them and suffer! Work for me or work against me. Doesn't matter. Everyone comes to my side eventually. I bankrolled your pistols naked, Samira. Those guns are mine by right. Step aside, worm. Don't think, just do. Get over here. Remember who helped you in your hour of need. Never cross Renata Glask. We don't have to be enemies. Let me change your mind. Progress. Competition is for the weak. I dominate. It's Ms. Glask, if you value your life.
Renata Glask climbed her way from rags to Chemtech riches, becoming the most powerful Chem Baron in Zon. Now her eyes are set on Pilto, and as a master of persuasion, she knows exactly how to get what she wants.
It's just business.
She's a proactive enchanter who weaves both sides of the battlefield to her command. But whose side is she really on? Her own, of course.
I'll make you kill your loved ones is a more effective threat than any gun.
Welcome to the Renata Glask Champion Spotlight.
We don't have to be enemies. Let me change your mind.
This boss is used to having the upper hand thanks to her passive Leverage. Her basic attacks apply a mark that deals bonus damage, which her allies can detonate, dealing even more damage.
I'll make a killing off of this.
Like any business deal, be sure to choose your targets wisely. Only one can be marked at a time. Her Q, Handshake, sends out a missile that damages and roots the first enemy hit. She can then recast the ability to nudge her competitor in the right direction, which is, of course, whatever direction she chooses. The Hapless Fool damages all enemies hit, and if she throws a champion, those enemies are also stunned.
I said jump!
Put her there! Renata Glask's always willing to lend a hand so long as there's interest. Bailout buffs an ally with increased attack speed and movement speed toward enemies.
You're welcome.
Allies who manage to kill an enemy during the buff will reset its duration.
High-class Chemtech.
If her investment would die while buffed, Bailout grants her ally a fresh, full health bar that quickly decays before finally dying. However, allies that get kills or assists in this decaying state heal and stop the decay, saving their life. This health bar reset won't interrupt channels or abilities, as they don't die just yet, so teammates at Death's Door can take full advantage of Renata Glask's incentives.
Remember who helped you in your hour of need.
With her E loyalty program, Renata Glask fires a missile that detonates at the end of its path, damaging and slowing all enemies encountered.
Your values dropped.
Similarly, allies affected by this missile receive a shield. Better sign up, this deal won't last forever.
I'm a giver.
With her ultimate, Hostile Takeover, Renata Glask sends out a cloud of toxic chemicals. Enemies caught in the fumes succumb to her influence and go berserk. While berserk, their attack speed increases and they'll attack the closest target, starting with their own teammates.
Don't think, just do.
If other enemies aren't around, they'll go up the chain of command, starting with Renata Glask's allies and with herself. Everybody wants to be my enemy. In the early game, Renata Glask should rely on leverage to punish poor positioning and help her business, lane partner, win trades.
Make them pay.
Create opportunities for kills with slows, roots, and pulls that dominate the market. If you chain your CC, you'll win the fight before it's even begun.
Ready to take control.
Teammates need a bailout? No problem. Rescue your assets at the right time and you can always turn a fight around.
A worthy investment.
But stay away from risky investments. For what Renata Glask boasts in Engage, she lacks in mobility and escapes. So wait for the right moment to secure the deal, and you can watch Renata Glask's enemies destroy themselves.
Time to make some new business partners.
Set up plays for your team with opportune buffs, shields, and roots. And when they've succeeded, make sure you take all the credit.
I'll bill you later.
Don't underestimate the pull of Renata Glask. One way or another, you'll be working for her eventually. Ready to invest in the Cam Baroness? Check out the links below.
Ambition isn't greed.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Waiting to try and get a gank off down in, or up at the top. Meanwhile, it's down in the bottom. Krskana rarely left on his own, but he might still be able to get a 1v2. Look at Blaze already going down on the last hit after the Moonlight Vigil. This Jace starting to push pretty heavily. I don't think Quiet's really been able to find the answer against him as he goes to the skies again. Still the level advantage.
This is a good
Does
opportunity.
Get pinballed. That was
go.
really good
Yes,
there.
yes.
But Quiet is going to get knocked away. Oh, into the flash dash.
Over to Impunity. Forces ICU here, and Bank 2. Whoa, flash over the wall into the kill onto Blaze. Doesn't even need his support. And how flashes. Absolutely massive. Allows them to know the exact timing of people coming down the ramp here, but they're not able to hold it, and the fight starts.
Engage from Kaiwing. Oh, that's huge burst right now. Do they have enough damage? Enzo is going to go into stasis. Driver, though, dropped Lilvi as well. Massive damage as Unified. Don't look cool. Driver's caught, but I don't know if it's going to matter here. He's got a massive level advantage on everybody.
He
no,
just
and
healed
World
Infinite.
Enter. Yeah, he did. And they're all 5 on top of him while the Baron is going. If he still gets these kills, I'm telling you. Now, the screen's a little frozen for me right now, but I tagged right back just in time. And Driver is still alive. They shut him down.
Okay,
But
do
here's
it.
Unibrow
Do it.
Going in for round 2. Deletes one. Goodbye, Clayx. Gonna try to
Oh,
find
no, he
Vilna.
missed.
I did miss the second, so unfortunately can't get that one. But he's gonna take down
wait.
Lazar. Looking for the quadra kill on his own
1v4.
right now.
1v4.
Oh,
Get it.
boy on to Shiramini. The flash, the triple.
Go
Will
in.
Kong
Don't
be the
get in the
scumbag
way.
and steal?
Oh, they don't have CC.
He's out.
You're carried by the sun. New chapters have begun. Tomorrow never ends. You're rising up again. Watch the stars turn signals from another place. See the colors burst, lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste. We will elevate. When the skies turn into a blue, we are
And welcome everybody once again to the PCS Spring Split 2022. It is the beginning of week number 6. We are finally at our final week of the regular split, and soon, very soon, we'll be getting into those playoffs and seeing who is going to be our representative at MSI. Of course, everybody, I am Devin Pyrotechnics Young. I am joined on this broadcast by Clement Chu. Clement, are you ready to see how it all shakes out, how the playoffs all go?
Oh, of course I am. It's so exciting to finally see the conclusion. We've had 75 games so far, and this final week will decide who gets to move on.
It has been so many, but before we get to talk about any more of them, I do want to take a moment and thank our wonderful sponsors, CTBC Bank and Caliber. Thank you for making the PCS possible. Also, of course, our broadcast partners, Carry Live, Riot Games, and Garena. All right, Clement, we get to rock and roll with this. We've got a final week of regulation, only 15 more games to go before we see how the playoffs end up. And there's still a lot of questions that need answering, because here's how things stand, right? We've got 7 teams locked into playoffs, but nobody is locked into a specific spot yet. There's still an open spot the teams are fighting for, and only one team is eliminated. So really, this is one of the most competitive splits we've had in a while in this league.
If you looked at 2021, you wouldn't recognize the current League of Legends sphere in the PCS, because all of our top 5 teams can still vie for the top position. If you look at the win-loss difference, it's within 3 games. So this means this final week is really everything on the line. Top 5, that's a huge battle. And if you look a little bit lower down, we have Frank Esports and Meta Falcon team already locked into playoffs, but not locked into their respective positions. And Impunity can actually still catch up to either of them. So very tight contention there in the bottom side as well. Later down we go, Hurricane Gaming, they can still catch up to Impunity. So Impunity still have to work hard for their slot. And going later down, Sem9, of course, unfortunately, mathematically eliminated, but still that makes 9 teams that still get a chance.
Yeah, Sem9 aren't fighting for nothing, though. Remember, they do want to try to avoid the dubious honor of being the first team in PCS history to go 0-18. They're going to have a tough road ahead of them for that, though, as they do have some pretty hard teams to face off against this week. But one of the happier things, yeah, there's just so much more to fight for here at all levels of the table. I think you talked about how Hurricane can still catch up to Impunity. And, like, yeah, they need to win out, but it's still possible. It's crazy how close this actually is. I mean, if we had like foldy sheets on us, it'd be like 2 or 3 pages long at this point.
That's what happens when you have 10 teams and 8 of them can't go into the playoffs. It's
the
usually
maths.
really messy. But if you remember, I think it's a huge improvement from last split, where we had PSG and Beyond Gaming winning the entire split, only losing to each other. And this time around, it's wide open for your Triple J teams, for PSG to still make a stand. And going further, this is one of the reasons why things are still in the air, because Uniboy exists, our man of the week. And boy, oh boy, I feel like he's made a stamp as really the best tempo mid laner that we have in the PCS. His stats on the Zoe have been absolutely crazy. He's currently still 49 KDA on this champion. And
why do they keep giving it to him?
I know, it's just so crazy. Like, whatever you do, just don't give this guy Zoe. Whatever champion uses spheres, he's great on. The Syndra is also another one, which is 46 KDA too. Exactly.
Yeah, Uniboy is he's insane. I mean, we get to watch a little bit more of this here up against Metafalca team. I mean, it just, I think the draft, a lot of teams are going to have to adapt. Playoffs are going to change the calculus a little bit because we do have those best ofs, and teams will be able to adapt a little bit to them. But as far as it stands, the hype for this iteration of J-Team, led by Uniboy, has absolutely lived up to it. It's a huge part of why J-Team could potentially get a top 2 spot this split and kind of reclaim some glory days of old, I would think. And they're backed up by a lot of strong players as well. Kongye, of course, everybody remembers his days and what he has been as of late as a very strong carry-oriented jungler, backs up Uniboy well, but the rest of the squad is still tough too. I think Driver is having an incredible split after sitting the bench last year.
True, you know, we thought J-Team would actually slide down and kind of be the weakest of the 3 J-Teams, the J-Team Hydra, as we like to call it. But this time around, they're actually sitting at 11-4, only behind Deep Cross Gaming, which is another J-Team clone. So they actually ended up just about as good as we would have imagined. And I think the most critical piece is really how well would the old Mad duo go, the Uniboy and Kongye kind of duo. And for us, I feel like they've been performing quite well. I still don't think they're a great teamfight duo necessarily. That's kind of been the weakness. But in terms of pushing the tempo and really threatening with champions that do well early game, they are the best duo. I don't think PSG's duo of Bei and Juhan really compare in that department. They're very good macro-wise, but when it comes to pushing fast games, Uniboy and Kongye are second to none.
Yeah, I think just about anybody going up against them is going to be on the wrong side of a hands diff. It's just incredible mechanics and incredible, you called it tempo play from this squad. It's one of the reasons J-Team's been rising in the ranks in recent weeks. Now let's take a look at what we have changed, which is not a whole lot in our Week 5 picks and bans. Zeri, no surprise, still ruling the roost with a 100% ban pick rate when not far behind, but definitely gets to make it through a little bit more often. Jinx, of course, has still been incredibly popular and really has eked out a top spot for the non-Zeri play in the PCS as well as around the world. Xin Zhao continues to be very popular, and so does Nautilus. We also got to see some Kai'Sa this week that has been rising in priority as teams are starting to dip a little further, not just into the AD carry pool. I mean, everybody's seen Faker play it, and now I feel like that might be an option in the mid lane, but we have shifted things a little bit too, Clement. It is officially patch 12.5, and some of these champions are getting hit with the nerf bat.
Yeah, a couple of big things on 12.5. Number one big question is Zeri still going to be top priority? And the answer, unfortunately, is yes, because from what we've seen, the pick rate is still about over 93%. They did change her numbers quite a bit. There's a lot of shuffling on her AD ratios and her base AD, but then the general gist of it is that she's harder to snowball, and she also requires to stay in range a little bit longer to get the full max movement speed stacks as compared to the previous patch. So she's still very strong, but a little bit more harder to snowball. We still expect this to be permabanned, and that just is the way Zeri is going to work in this patch as well. The big change, I would say, is Xin Zhao moving down quite a few spots. Hecarim is now kind of the premier jungler that we see on 12.5 after the nerfs and the cooldown changes to Audacious Charge.
Right. I think we were seeing that a little bit as well, not just in the PCS, but also worldwide.
Yeah.
Ever since the Gore Drinker changes, because it just made Turbo Chem Tank champions a little bit more attractive out of the jungle. It wasn't 100% one way or the other, but it does feel like you still get a fair bit of a gauge, and it's still more of that power farm level. But I'm curious to see how this patch, even though it's kind of deceptively small, shakes things out for these teams. But of course, it is all about playoff contention as well, and the pole position shuffling. Our matches, they look a little bit one-sided on paper, but we've seen some crazy upsets of recent. First up today, we will have Hurricane Gaming still in a desperate fight for that last playoff seed, taking on J-Team, who are themselves looking to climb up the standings, currently sitting in third place, could still secure a number 2 or number 1 seed. And after that, it's going to be CFO taking on Meta Falcon team. See if they can find an upset there, as Meta Falcon have been on the rise of late. Rank Esports, of course, tying them in the standings, face off against the other J-Team clone, Deep Cross Gaming. And after that, Beyond up against Sem9, and PSG rounded out with a bout against Impunity.
The last game definitely has the most implications riding on it. If PSG win, they actually can stay away from the 4th and 5th place seed in Beyond Gaming and CFO. And if Impunity win, they actually stay out of range of Hurricane Gaming. If Hurricane Gaming lose this first game, they would eliminate Hurricane Gaming potentially today and just secure their playoff spot for sure. So the last game for me, definitely a lot of stakes riding on this one. But of course, we have to focus on what is ahead of us. Hurricane Gaming going up against J-Team. And this one's quite an interesting match because I think both of these teams do have that kind of mean streak in them where they want to go in early. We've seen this from Alio. He's just like Viego and super risky level 1s. That's why kind of Hurricane Gaming is known for. And on the other side, you have, as we've seen, Man of the Week, Uniboy, and Konya coming into it. And also the top lane matchup should be relatively interesting as well because both of these players, as you have told me in the pregame, both are Jax players. They really like to go head-to-head with fighters, something we've seen from Driver as well coming in this split.
I feel like ICU is going to find a kindred spirit in Driver, absolutely. So I kind of expect that top matchup to be a really interesting one, a really fun one at the very least. J-Team, of course, did have a little bit of fun last week when they played up against Sem9, and we saw some of those highlight clips where they were just absolutely styling on kids. And I think J-Team will probably take this one a little bit more serious as Hurricane have some things to play for and have a little bit more a bite than bark, if you will. But all the same, in terms of just a pound-for-pound matchup, the skill level that we've seen out of Type A J-Team has just outclassed what Hurricane can offer. But there's always the possibility of a surprise. You can't rest on your laurels, especially with how close it is. And we will, in fact, be watching the top matchup for our stats comparison. And you can see the differences. It's not just in performance. ICU does a lot more of his team's damage than Driver does, which is a fair point when you have Uniboy on your squad.
Nobody's sharing the damage is basically what this graph is showcasing for us. In terms of the top lane matchup, there is one big thing to note is that Hullbreaker was changed on 12.5. If you're a ranged character, you actually only get half the stats right now. So champions like Gnar and Graves really have taken a hit in the standings. We don't assume that they're going to be picked as high as a frequency. And also the Gwen matchup is going to be fairly interesting. ICU particularly likes to challenge the Gwen with range champions like Gnar and the Jace. And now that Gwen, the slip and slash extra auto attack range has been halved, it should be a lot harder to just go grasp and kind of out-trade against range champions. So I feel like there's more incentive for Hurricane Gaming to actually counterpick, knowing that Driver will likely go for the Gwen matchup if given.
And they might just let him have it here. We are opening things up. No Gwen ban in the first couple of rotations. There is a Tryndamere. There's a Graves removed. And Hurricane also targeting out the Lee Sin of Kongye, which has been, fair to say, his most played, most successful champion, if you will. He's played Viego a little bit more. But Lee Sin, man, hasn't lost on it this split. I think it's a fair ban.
Yeah, I would have to concur with that. I feel like Lee Sin just has much more early game presence. And as we said, J-Team, even though their base play style is still front-to-back team fight, their main victories do come from the fact that they just snowball mid-jungle so incredibly well.
Ooh, now, Zeri open.
This is very interesting, you know? Bang2 is one of those players that hasn't shown a lot of Zeri, but if you give it to him blue side first pick, he's still going to go for it. We'll find out if Zeri can actually work out this split. As we've said, the numbers have changed quite a bit, and she did get that 5 AD nerf just early on in the game. Ooh, and a very early Alistar too.
Hey, what are you playing at J-Team? Yeah, you know, I want to point out, this is Bang2's 10th unique pick this split. I don't believe he's had an open Zeri the entire time. I could be wrong about that, but still, that's actually kind of incredible, and I'm really excited for this bot lane now, because notice they also took an early prio to ban out the Nautilus, which tells me they kind of want to focus on what I would consider to be the weak point of J-Team, which is a bit of that bottom lane. Their early game is not as tempo focused. Lil V definitely much more of a late game player, or has been. And I think Enzo might be one of the weaker mechanical players here, but he does have the Alistar, and they're going to match it with a Leona. And of course, Olio on this Volibear pick. Can you say engage?
Ooh, there we go.
Whoop,
And that was
Tristana.
what I was expecting, the bot lane burst combo. Zeri is very slippery, and the way you have to deal with her is with champions that can kill her quickly, not allow her to stack up. And so you're looking at champions with a lot of burst damage, the Dravens and the Tristana. This is an old-time golden combo. Alistar goes in, WQ knockup. You jump in afterwards. You put the stack on her. And then you also have the burst with Buster Shot. You can reset very easily with this combo. So this is very dangerous for a Zeri, and it's kind of the primary counter that we have seen being selected in the PCS whenever Zeri is open.
You have to wonder if J-Team were just prepared for this one, but I still think it's a bit of a risky proposition. Into ban phase 2, we see top lane getting hit again, the Jace off the table, the Aurelia against Aurelia carry you. And of course, now we're starting to see Galio removed as well. An interesting one is I don't believe it's been in the repertoire of Cha-Cha, but potentially not allowing for a bit of a wombo combo. Also the Syndra.
Zoe? Hello?
Zoe left up is, that's a mistake, guys.
Yeah, it's fairly interesting. Zoe doesn't really combo well with Hecarim, so that's probably what they're thinking. It's like, oh, you know, there isn't really a one-shot combo or an instantaneous combo that you can do with Hecarim, so they're willing to leave the Zoe open, but that still seems incredibly dangerous. And oh, we do have one of the champions that were buffed on 12.5. It is Kennen with the electrical surge, now dealing more damage or with the better ratios the later the game goes, you know. And Driver could be, I read Driver as more of a just like AP team fight kind of guy, but with those extra ratios, it's definitely possible that you could see something like a Blade of the Ruin King Kennen be there as well.
Okay, so this Akali could go either lane, but ICU is the only one who's played it on this team so far, and oh, this is going to be so interesting as they do have to blind against Uniboy. That's something a lot of teams do, and I like this, a possibility of flex here from Hurricane. We've seen Silas go a few lanes.
I would say that if he does pick it, should be going into the top lane, but they can definitely swap around in this situation. Of course, I do like the Silas quite a bit here. Is this the
we're gonna get it! Get mid Kaisa! Let's go!
Oh, we're gonna get the Faker combo.
Oh, Uniboy gonna put on his best Faker impression. That W hits so hard with the AP AP items. It is ridiculous.
You do get more of like a it's better against like frontline champions a little bit. You don't really go for the Executioner's Calling with this build, and it does more percent HP damage. So I would say stronger poke potential. As you mentioned, the W long range, it's 3000 range. If it hits, you can follow up on quite easily, and it does do a little bit better against some of these tanks that you see here, like the Silas and perhaps like the Volibear there.
On the other hand, if you do steal a Kaisa ultimate, it's a little bit terrifying to have a Silas flying into your face, so that, you know, it's always a risky proposition picking anything against a Silas, right? He'll just turn it right back at you. But I love this pick and ban phase. It was really creative. I think Hurricane, you know, I mean, yeah, like the Zeri can be countered, I suppose, but it's still a strong pick, and I think it showcases J-Team's willingness to let something like that over, potentially to give themselves some practice against a weaker squad, but it opens the door here. I think Hurricane didn't have a bad draft at all.
This draft is so much focused on just shutting down the Zeri coming in from J-Team. There's plenty of burst damage coming in. You think about Onslaught of Shadows and Slicing Maelstrom and, you know, Rocket Jump into Buster Shot. All of it is instantaneous. There's a lot of hard crowd control here. So I see it being very difficult to actually keep the Zeri alive. This complete composition is just built to shut down, giving over that Zeri first pick.
Will we see another Zeri lose here in the PCS? It's already happened once before, I believe, in the hands of Impunity. But Hurricane have to hope that they can ride this one to victory, as they need every game to be a win. if they want to try and make it into the playoffs. It's a long ride, but it's still possible.
Yep, currently they're still sitting at 3 games behind Impunity, so they need to win all 3, and Impunity need to lose all 3. That's kind of the scenario that they're going for.
And they have a tiebreaker then.
True. Very slim chances, so that's certainly true, but if they go into tiebreaker, as long as you have the same number of wins, you can get a tiebreaker. It doesn't matter about the head-to-head whatsoever, so... we're not saying it's going to happen, but there is a chance. Now, the good thing about this game for me is that Hurricane Gaming at least are not going for any crazy level 1s. That has kind of been their go-to and honestly their biggest downfall. So it's always kind of heartening to see that they're not trying to rush for this straight off the bat. In the meantime, taking a look at their lane allocations, Akali will be going into the top lane, Sylas into the mid lane. I do expect this to be a rather slow early game coming in for Hurricane Gaming. They're really looking for that first team fight where you could see the Slicing Maelstrom be the main one stolen away, or the Unbreakable from Alistar, which has always been a Sylas favorite, and then they try to go into team fights that way. J-Team, this composition is actually fairly brittle, so it's possible for Hurricane Gaming to just pick people off in these team fights if they get any vision advantages.
Yeah, Kongye has been kind of a main tank for a little while now. Starting to see as his role has shifted quite a lot from the Hong Kong Attitude days. Although we're going to get a level 1 here. Bang 2 immediately gets turned back off from the explosive shot, and Lil V and Enzo win the trade.
That's just unfortunate for Enhao. His Zenith Blade was a little bit too short. You can attach the Zenith Blade across the enemy support. It does land onto the last target, but Little V was able to walk out, and Bang 2 still walked up to the trade, so unfortunately they do lose out quite heavily right there. That's 2 potions used by Bang 2, just 100 gold down the drain for that trade.
He's trying to make up for it with the minion farm, but unfortunately Wave's going to crash. Little V shouldn't have too much trouble picking that up. Another thing about Tristana is, well, she has a hard time freezing Waves, but it also means she has a hard time missing CS, and wow, they're going in for round 2 immediately. Bang 2 gets ignited. He's going to stay alive with half his health, but you can already see the superior 2v2 really getting the bully on.
Yeah, the amount of pressure here is quite amazing. So they get the heal out of him. And something to note is Lil V is running Hail of Blades, so he can stack up those explosive charges extremely quickly, get the reset for a second jump, and Zeri, with all her mobility, likely isn't going to escape from that one. So we have to pay very close attention to whenever that Hail of Blades is up, and whenever the cooldowns are there for the Alistar. There's a very strong possibility for a kill here, especially with all of the pots burned now from Bang 2. Looking at the other lanes, this is kind of expected. You do have both matchups being range versus melee for Hurricane Gaming, so things are progressing rather slowly. I do think J-Team can just actually buy for a double scuttle or try to put a little bit more pressure on ICU early game with these lanes, and it does look like Hurricane Gaming have this sort of a game plan where they're running a lot of assassins in both the Sylas and the Akali, and it's kind of a, well, laning phase is kind of going to suck for you, but we'll look and find opportunities in the first Herald.
Yeah, if they can stay safe enough to where they can actually group up, that's an advantage for them. At the same time, Kongye doesn't find an opening to try and get the gank, and a little difficult to do on Hecarim early anyways, but ICU is falling a bit behind in the farm game up against the likes of Driver. It's a ninja matchup up top there.
So I do want to talk about one of the big timings that we've seen, Sylas versus Alistar, that we saw at Worlds with Damwon Gaming, is that they would actually try to, initiate when the Alistar was level 5 on the first Herald fight. That really made a massive difference right there, and it allows Sylas to come in and just smash the first team fight, because essentially you have a front line while the enemy doesn't. So that's a potential timing window we could see if the enemy tries to do it. And the way that we have seen Damwon kind of avoid that pitfall is they actually roam their support level 5 very early, leech off the mid wave, and just prevent that timing from going over. Now we have a go-in, but it's a 3v3.
3v3. Yeah, Bang 2 flashes, so does Luffy as well as Oleo comes through, and Kongye answers on this one. Oleo a little bit low, but first blood secured by Enhao. I don't think they were prepared for the level 4 Volibear.
Yeah, that was a kind of a weird one because it was pretty telegraphed. Both sides had their junglers waiting in this location, and J-Team were running into the minion wave. They were also diving in headfirst with the exhaust. Very well done by Enhao, but Alial might be pushing his luck a little bit too much.
He might just a little bit. Oh no, he feeds the kill right back after the jump from Lil V. keeps him alive. That was a bit of a misfire. It turns 1 for 1 with the AD carry kill on J-Team.
Yeah, and the laser doesn't find the kill and the back end either, so J-Team ends up, I would say, in the lead here. They do have the 3v3 here, so they can control the wave. They can get a better back after this wave and continue to pressure. So, you know, the leads that Hurricane Gaming gained right before that are now, they've just completely given their lead back. So, rather unfortunate mistake right here. Meanwhile, in the top lane, we do have the first TP coming back from Driver. Again, what we're seeing is a J-Team should have full control of this next reset, and that really determines when they can walk towards Herald.
Okay, here's Enzo actually roaming up for just a brief second, but wave's already pushed, not going to be able to get much done there. One thing I did want to point out, too, you talked about teleports. There is going to be a general teleport advantage on the Hurricane side because Cha-Cha does have that compared to Uniboy's full combat summoners. But Uniboy's job, of course, is to just go into the backline and delete after he gets the stacks up there. Although we'll have to see how it shakes out. I mean, I suppose it's always possible he shifts his build-up, but the AP would make a lot of sense there.
Yeah, definitely would be. So we are seeing Driver just go for more, I think, the more traditional build in this sense, the AP like you mentioned. And we do have Uniboy going for the Mura mana, which still gives a lot of burst potential. You know, we have seen players just go for this first and kind of flex based on the situation. Like the runes right now are all adaptive runes, so you still get full value whichever way you go with this composition. And I think for J-Team, their idea of playing this sort of team fight, they don't have a lot of sustain. I feel like they might just be going for full burst combos anyway.
I think so.
Now Kongya level 6 into the bot lane, as we said, wave control, no flash bot.
And they get the jump in. That's a teleport a little bit early, and Bang 2 gets blown to pieces, but Enzo falls as well. They couldn't quite juggle the aggro and flash and stun. Lilvi could be in trouble as he's cut off at the pass, and ICU picks up a kill here as they manage to turn a dive into a 2 for 1.
Yeah, it was actually beautiful timing coming in from ICU. He does get a short window where he cannot, he does have the teleport advantage, and Olio.
Driver didn't expect that engage, and even through the slicing maelstrom, Olio's just walking up and tanking it. Does he have anything left, though, to try and grab it? The flash out of the Sky Splitter. Where has this man been?
That was such a good combo coming in from Olio. We should watch that once again. But first, taking a look at the bottom side. As we said, this was likely going to happen, the dive coming in from the first instant. But they don't actually kill Bang 2 on the first go, which prompts Lilvi to actually walk back into tower range to finish off the kill. And his support is tanking tower in the meantime. So unfortunately, they actually end up losing 2 for 1. Meanwhile, in the top lane, because Olio was able to force out Driver with no TP, they also get a free Herald in the top side. Really well done by Olio there. I wanted to comment that he did the combo absolutely correctly. When you use your ultimate, you are unstoppable. So he actually put down his Sky Splitter and then jumped in with the Stormbringer. So really nicely getting all the burst damage in. He's also running with the press the attack, so just completely caught Driver off guard with the amount of burst damage he was able to do, and that combo can't be stopped by any stun. So just well done on his part to get that Herald.
Hey man, if Pokemon taught me anything, it's that if you are a electric type, you are not going to be affected by electric damage very much. And Volibear, definitely a bit of a Thunder Bear.
Doesn't it work both ways, though?
I mean, it does, but, like, you can't really... If he's just going to come in and Goomba Stomp you, that's a whole other story, right? Now, let's talk about Kongya, because he's coming in on the onslaught. Does have a 2-man. Uniboy dashes in to get the completion, even though Kongya picks up the kill at the end. A nice 1-2 punch.
That was a little bit too obvious from the side of Hurricane Gaming. Cha-Cha also had no mana in that play, so... I felt like that was actually Hurricane Gaming more trying to reset the wave than anything, and it just felt very opportunistic to see if they, if nobody showed up, maybe they could drop the Herald, but J-Team just respond very easily. They have the bot wave control, support roams up to back it up as well, so even if there was any fight back, they weren't going to be able to take any kills back, and that's just J-Team just with knowing their damage limits quite well, and what I really expect out of Hecarim plays, excuse me, as we do see Cha-Cha get a flash too.
You got a zone hacker in playoff for sure. And ICU out and in, gets stunned up, doesn't quite have. There he goes. A few extra shurikens is all he needed. It, and ICU starting to come back into this one. That 1 kill down bot got him a golden fusion he needed. And this is a potential win condition if Hurricane can get their assassin fed.
Yeah, that was a pretty impressive kill. This is a Kali with no boots going up against Boots 2, Kennen, and he landed every single skill shot to make that happen. We'll watch this again. Remember, Driver did burn his flash earlier on in the play, and also look at the stacks right here. ICU just is able to get so much damage off. He dodges out on the additional Q, just using the Twilight Shroud as well, so just all around super well played, and being able to get damage down before the stun really comes in was massive against Driver.
And this is a big tempo swing, using that Herald they picked up earlier to try and get more here, but Cha-Cha doesn't really find an in for the dive, as Konge was there, so they won't be able to get much more than a couple of plates. All the same, it's Hurricane Gaming that are instigating the plays right here. They may get collapsed on a little bit, and they may be behind in the gold game, but they're keeping pace with a team that honestly should be trying to snowball them. And now let's see if they can get the fight back. Enhow a little bit low. In goes Levi into the stasis. Konge maybe pushes his luck, and here comes the Volibear onto Enso. Bang 2's on the board, and now J-Team are running for the hills.
Yeah, that was a very questionable play coming from in J-Team. They actually hard committed right after the jungle walked away from their lane. So they saw Olio, and they were like, you know what, maybe he's not there anymore, and they full commit onto the support. So I just feel like J-Team are playing rather loosely with this one.
I am inclined to agree, Clement. I think this team is in a very, very good position in the standings, but they are playing quite cavalier today.
That's definitely true, and you know, to be frank, they do have a cavalier in the Hecarim, but yeah, that was just very...
Frank's my other co-caster.
I'm sorry. Too many puns in one sentence. That's just what we do sometimes in PCS. Yeah, it was kind of a head scratcher. They knew that Olio was right around the corner. They just expected themselves to have a very fast kill and be able to retreat with the rocket jump, but very well done by Enhow. He actually denies the reset there by keeping himself alive. Olio flies in, very simple kill, and there's also Cha-Cha behind that play. So they actually put themselves in a position now that the bot lane is very exposed. There was no heal to begin with, and now there's no summoners on little V. They also can't control the wave. So that's pretty much an open invitation for Olio to just repeat gank this. And there is a chance for Hurricane Gaming to actually flip the bot lane matchup and become the first ones to take down first brick.
Which is massive right now.
Yeah.
It's all at the back of just a couple of swings they've taken advantage of. And critically, this is a team that, you know, they've not, even going back to the alpha days when they had very similar problems with players in different locations, they didn't really have a penchant for effective communication. As Olio does get caught here, he could be in trouble. I don't think he's getting out of this one as he tries to walk it out. Well, maybe a bit of a caster curse there, as clearly he was not on the same page as the rest of his squad. But overall, Hurricane have showcased a lot better team decision-making in the first 14 minutes of this game that I think we've seen of them most split.
Yeah, I definitely would agree right here, but they still have to survive this mid lane gank.
Oh boy!
This is why... this is why the Kaisa mid is so damn scary. We are seeing the Mirror Mana build come out first, and when you are single target against a Cathian Rain, that ability just does crazy amounts of damage. There's no support to actually soak it up. And this is why, like, Kaisa mid lane was kind of a thing for a while earlier on, and now that Faker's brought it back, you expect to see a little bit more of it.
Yeah, Faker, trend maker for sure. Uniboy definitely looking pretty good on it. Obviously, the plan has been to try and snowball. Honge has visited that lane multiple times, and he can get there quite quickly on the pony. I do like how this combo's worked out well. I think he's been less effective in some of the other lanes, but for the most part, if they can get the mid Kaisa ahead, I mean, Uniboy definitely their big carry. They don't necessarily have to have anybody else coming out of this super far ahead of the curve. Although, you know, Driver falling behind is not something I expected to see today. He's definitely been having quite the split, but ICU is giving him hell.
Yeah, definitely, you know, down 2-0, and his wave is constantly getting pushed in. He is in threat of just getting ganked again, and this is a very strong CC combo. Driver face checks, he could just be dead. Oh, he actually baits it out.
Wow.
Spider senses.
There we go. But it does mean, with this presence here, a fair bit of control for the Herald. It's going to be flipped for the Dragon down bottom. That will be J-Team's second. We hadn't even talked about how Cloud came up first. And with the Ocean starting to build a Drake stack here. And also, first brick secured by J-Team in one fell swoop. And we have got a Hex Tech Rift today. It's going to be Portal City.
Yeah, this is definitely a fun one here, especially when you have a Kennen that can kind of flank. I definitely feels like it could be beneficial. Ooh.
Okay. Let's see if ICU. He actually dashes right back to the tower, but 3-on-1 just ain't fair. And he's trying to buy time and maybe delete Lil V, but nothing doing. It's going to be a push down mid with the Herald, but in exchange for an inner, or at least a lot of damage on it. It can't quite finish it, though, because Driver's here to defend.
Yeah, and he does have Slicing Maelstrom, so worst comes to worst, he can't clear the
wave. There he goes! Oh, 1, 2, 3! They've managed to grab. Not 2 kills just yet, but you have to think only a matter of time before NHOW drops. Bang 2 can't do much, and holy moly, what a turn from J-Team.
That's the combo that I wanted to see. Old school Geisa combo. Bang 2 getting jumped on.
Oh, Lil V on the step forces the flash out from Bang 2. Heal already down, and J-Team just 1, 2, 3 all across the map. They're just so much faster right now.
Yeah, and this combo is just so hard to actually dodge out. I think this is exactly why they gave the Zeri blue side first pick over Hurricane Gaming. They had a plan to go into it. If you charge at someone with Onslaught of Shadows and you terrify them, that actually counts as an immobilization, and Uniboy can fly in with the Killer Instincts. It works the same way for the Kennen as well, as he can just put Slicing Maelstrom. It only takes 1.5 seconds for the stun to come down, guaranteed. So this is a very strong side lane combo, a very strong catch combo that you can pull out in the mid lane if you ever have these sort of overloaded side trades. And it also really works in a semi-global fashion. You have to remember the Killer Instincts range is about 3,000, which is almost as long as early level Twisted Fate Destiny Gate. So we'll watch this one again as Kennen goes in, flashes for the 3-man. You have the smash come in on the other side, and just watch where Kaisa was flying in from. At that point, Uniboy was still around Raptors, and it's very hard to predict when that rotation is going to come in.
Yeah. At this point, you're starting to see Uniboy run away with it. At the moment, he does have the Medjai's already on. Why not? And there's a dive down bottom. Driver going to get hopped on by the Volley Bear, and ICU coming in for a 1-2 combo, even through the Maelstrom. They're going to be able to take it and secure that outer tower. So a good swing there for Hurricane, but what can J-Team get done in the mid? Not a whole lot, as the rest of the squad's here.
Just a 3-man stack here, making sure that J-Team can't push any further. In the meantime, Uniboy will get a couple more stacks. We did see him sort of think about going for the crown of the Shadow Queen before, but he's like, nah, I got this. Again, I really like Alial's engages so far. He uses his ultimate again to close the gap. When you are in the ultimate, you cannot be stunned. And that's why he's running that. It means even if Driver does use the Slicing Maelstrom, he's not going to be able to get away. And then when you combo it into the Q auto attack is also unstoppable. So it's a guaranteed chain right there. And then Hurricane Gaming comes in with the rest of the members to follow it up. To be honest, I feel like Alial on Volley Bears definitely feels like a champion that he's a lot more familiar with than some of the other picks we've seen.
And this is from a jungler from who started last season as a mid laner. We have been waiting for him to showcase a champion that he seems particularly comfortable on. This Volley Bear definitely has looked a lot better. J-Team obviously still in the lead with this game. Let's not get away from ourselves too much, but we are seeing some glimmers of a chance of this Hurricane Gaming team. If they can pull off an epic upset here, they stay alive for the playoffs. It is all on the line. I mean, they need a lot of help to do it, but it is literally win or go home.
For sure, and I think this team fight is where Hurricane Gaming could definitely turn the tables around. If you look at their items, this is when they have all of their stopwatches. Zanya's is done on the top lane coming in from ICU, so that burst potential from J-Team is actually greatly reduced. Sure, they might be up 5,000 gold right now, but it's definitely possible for J-Team to combo in, but then blow all of their ultimates on just stasises, and then for Hurricane Gaming to mop up the field. So if they stay together here, I feel like Hurricane Gaming should not let this Drake go. This is definitely their best chance to get back into the game, though they are giving up a lot of free damage.
Yeah, they are. This is a little rough right now. Olio, if he's taken out of this dragon fight, it is absolutely over. He goes into stasis for this one, and now intercepts Uniboy's W, and Shacha's trying to lead them on here, but Konge's around. This could be danger. This is a 4v5. Well, no, 4v4 rather, because ICU is off down bottom trying to push Driver away. They just get zoned out. Shacha runs straight into an entire death brush there as he's forced to ult away with a stolen onslaught, flashing back to the safety of the turret. J-Team just muscle Hurricane out of this mid lane, and here comes Konge, isolating Olio and Bang 2 into goes the lead for Lil V, and that's going to be Reset City. A double kill quickly picked up, and they can hit and run.
Yeah, very surprising result of that fight. Little V basically just walked at Hurricane Gaming and just one-shot Olio, forced him to run away. Hurricane Gaming weren't in position to try and engage that one, and I just felt like they hesitated on what the call actually was and gave J-Team way too much ground. You know, Lil V with his cleanse up and with his flash up, he was willing to just stand right there and take damage, and I feel like Hurricane Gaming were kind of debating whether they wanted to go in there or not, and in the meantime, J-Team kind of just walked them down. So a golden opportunity for Hurricane Gaming just completely lost in rather weird fashion here, as Olio with less than 200 HP walks up. I feel like that tower was just better left for dead.
I mean, if nothing else, just look at the AD diff right now. You're talking Kraken Slayer, Malamel Mortius, and a Phantom Dancer against Triforce TMI. I'm sorry, Bing 2, you're not winning that.
Yeah, he definitely isn't, and this is getting a lot more dire for Hurricane Gaming as the gold lead moves past the 5,000 gold post. I feel like whenever it goes over 5k, your only real win condition left is going to be more focused on towards just catches, which is what Hurricane Gaming is doing.
Okay, Enzo's going to be the one face checking, although a little bit of split focus here from Cha-Cha. Let's see if they can actually get out of this one alive, and in goes the Volibear looking for Lil V. He leaps to safety, teleport completes, Driver immediately bails out. Cha-Cha is not done with them just yet, and they turn their attention for Driver now, but Konge and Uniboy combo up to get one more. Enzo leaps up, dies. Here goes the second hop from Lil V. Knockback on the ultimate ICU staying alive. Taking down Enzo is pretty big, though, and now that's a triple kill, though, on the other side. Bang 2 staying alive in this one, but Lil V polishes him off. The quadra kill from Uniboy, and the Penta stolen away by scumbag Lil V.
Oh, Little V, he always does this on J-Team. He even emotes to show that he knows what he's doing. Oh, I have to say, Little V has got to be one of the worst teammates in PCS. He is such a morale killer with that. He's just known for stealing pentakills, and you know he's said in previous interviews that he does it on purpose just so like his teammates don't get too inflated with their egos. Now,
actually toxic.
Yeah, I mean he does have a point, but just give over the pentakills to your teammates. We're gonna watch this again. Hurricane Gaming, they do have to make a pick. I commend them for their effort, but unfortunately, they do start out on the Alistar. So the first kill does come in rather late. And let's just watch Uniboy here as he gets these disgusting Mura mana picks again and again. You do get the full Mura mana on single target abilities, which is what her W is with the Kaisa. And that's 2 kills with just the W alone doing over 500 damage to these champions.
Lil V, why you gotta do him like that, man? That was unfortunate. But speaking of unfortunate, Hurricane, they're seeing their playoff chances here go up in smoke. Driver may go down. Nope, not even quite. And Uniboy very determined to make up for losing out on that Penta by quickly picking up 2. And at this point in the game, you kind of don't have to do anything but hit your W key if you're Kaisa. It stings. I mean, we're talking full stack Medjais and Ludens as well.
Yeah, I really want to see his damage numbers at this point, so he can pretty much... Oh my god.
It's disgusting.
That was likely the tankiest member on the team as well, and taking 400, half HP Bane 2 just with one shot. To be fair, he is 4 levels up on Bane 2. That's still disgusting.
I mean, yeah, Uniboy's having a blast this game. You can see why Zoe left open. That's fine. Doesn't work with what we want to do this time around. We'll take the AP mid Kai'Sa, and we are seeing J-Team. They may have had a few scuffed moments earlier in this game, but they turned on the heat, and unfortunately Hurricane, they had to get the heck out of there, but maybe it's turnabout, the desperation fight here. No! Lilvy's unstoppable as he takes down Cha-Cha. The onslaught of shadows is the onslaught of Hurricane's doom. And J-Team gonna finish this one right here, right now. ICU walks back to Fountain, but not fast enough as Uniboy picks up another. Lilvy polishes off the last, and J-Team officially snuff out the Hurricane.
Oh, and it's kind of sad to see Hurricane go out in this fashion. They did have good players, good rookies throughout this PCS split. Their first time on the stage as the Hurricane Gaming, coming over from Alpha. So it was new beginnings for them, but still very similar results as in 2021. For this game particularly, I actually felt like they were holding on quite close. Most of the lead, just that 4,000 gold lead, just came from the bottom lane, getting dunked on a few times, and the CS difference in the mid lane. So those were the only two sources of their losses. They were actually doing fine in ICU's lane. He got the solo kill. He was 2-0 ahead. You have to remember Hurricane Gaming actually got both heralds in the early game, which usually means that you are in a very strong position. But I think that first fight for the third Drake really doomed them. That fight was a full 4 kills and I believe 2 towers down the drain for them. There was a lot of over-aggression that didn't need to be there. We saw Cha-Cha just faceplant into a brush, and right after that, Alio walks out of his own tower when he's only on 200 HP. And with that play alone, they went from just being behind by 4,000 gold, which was manageable, to a 3,000 gold swing down the drain. And I think, if they held on a little bit better on that third Drake, this game was still potentially up for the taking. Going into the draft, though, this was such a fun game to see from J-Team. It's really rare to see them kind of move out of their comfort zone and go for something creative, but this was a good draft. They leave the Zeri open, but they pile their draft full of burst damage, full of catch potential. How is Zeri gonna get away no matter how nimble she is? She's not running away from Slicing Maelstrom or Onslaught of Shadow, and you can just follow up with Killer Instinct. I love the concept, love the idea here, and I think it really is great that J-Team are showing this on the last week just to put doubt in people in playoffs for first picking Zeri.
Well, we were starting to wonder, like in the Sem 9 game, it's like, I mean, this is a style game, but at the same time, maybe these are some picks they've practiced. We saw some really good Vex play as well, a very similar style here, going for the mid lane AP Kai'Sa. I think J-Team are flexing a little bit on the champion picks right now and showing they have a little bit of range, because for a while it was a little more stock standard. We were seeing, it's Zoe if he gets it. It's Lee Sin in the hands of Kongye, but there is some variation there. I like that Driver tried out the Kennen as well. I think Kongye has gotten a lot more comfortable on these more tanky engaged champions too, as Hecarim has risen in priority. And finding a good counter to the Zeri is important. It gives you an opportunity to potentially outplay teams that are going to get a little bit caught up in that high win rate even after the nerfs. So J-Team experimenting a little bit. It's great to see. Was the execution always perfect? No. But the instinct was always killer, and that's what counts.
It definitely was. They caught Cha-Cha out so many times just around that brush, and you can see just from the damage numbers, Uniboy actually eclipses Cha-Cha by a factor of close to 7 right here. And it really is just a lot of those solo burst potentials that we've seen. Cha-Cha walks out of lane, drops a ward, and Uniboy just makes him pay with his life for it. That happened multiple times. And we saw the power of just the Acathian Rain and the Mura mana with the W on single targets. It was absolutely disgusting. Basically, Kai'Sa is the new Zoe for Uniboy, and if you see that 49 KDA Zoe, you have to think it would be very similar for the Kai'Sa as well.
Yeah, I think Uniboy's definitely proven he's got a bit of a deeper champ pool than maybe we thought at the beginning of the split. And I remember thinking back at the beginning, it's like, all right, this guy's got a mean Zoe, but it seems like everything else is a bit more utility. No. Full on, gonna assassinate you, gonna burst your face. So it's not just spheres you can play with, it's also a heck of a lot of missiles on that Kai'Sa. I am very excited to see this from the J-Team side, but with that, Hurricane locked out of playoffs. I think they still played a solid game. I think this team is finally starting to come together just a little bit too little, a little too late. They'll still play for pride the last 2 days, but we've got to go ahead and go on break. When we return, CFO, take on Meta Falcon team.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Your family. How can I save you when you're tangled in your lies? Caught up in the middle, I can see it in your eyes. Lonely in the corner, waiting for somebody to come and save you from the cold of night. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. goodbye. Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye?
Welcome back to Week 6 of the PCS Spring Split 2022. I'm still Pyra, he's still Clement. After that first game, we still got 4 more to play. But before we get into that one, I do want to talk about our wonderful sponsors. Thank you so much, CTBC Bank, and of course, Caliber, for making the PCS possible. But, Clement, speaking of CTBC Bank, apart from being Taiwan's top financial institution, they've also got a pretty darn good League of Legends team. And they're facing off against Meta Falcon team right now. Big playoff implications for both these squads, though, despite different places in the standings.
Yeah, you know, so far CTBC has had a really rough week 3 and week 4, week 5. Excuse me, we're already on week 6 right now. But they had a big wake-up win against PSG, and the way they did it was really interesting because they basically copied MFT's strategy. They went with the Camille and Galio composition, which just happens to be Wen and 665's bread and butter composition. So we have the 2 most prolific Galio players going head-to-head on the Rift. And going back to a little bit more about CTBC here, I think they realized their weakness in terms of team coordination. They are not a team that really habitually plays around their AD carry. They had Atlan before. They're probably sticking with Shun throughout, I would expect, playoffs. And they realized that it's probably too late in the season to kind of reorient themselves. So what they did against PSG is they played strong lanes. They played a super strong engaged composition. You cannot run away from Hextech Ultimatum into the Galio Ultimate, just the cannonball composition. And there were only one of 2 teams that were able to shock and awe PSG with that early game strategy.
Of course, this is also the team that lost to the other squad that was able to do it, Beyond Gaming, in the same week. So it's interesting to see where the chips are going to fall here on the playoffs. But for this squad, I think you're absolutely right. It seems that Shun is the guy, and it's just because what he brings is better for CFO's strategy of just trying to either snowball off the lanes or find the hardest of engages. But it is really interesting because their opponents have also executed this big old wombo of a combo. We saw in one of their first matchups, they were able to pull this off. This is the University squad coming together, or staying together, I should say, and found that hard-earned team coordination had paid off. But they are Taco, 665, Wen, Whale, and now Renhao, of course, has been the more primary support here for a little while now, as opposed to Epic. So they've kind of made their more permanent swap as well, it seems.
Yeah, what we've seen from this squad is when they're given the choice, they do like their sort of Renekton and Diana comps. They do like their Galio Camille comps coming in from Taco. And, you know, I think currently at this stage in the game, what MFT bring to the table is just that surprise factor, especially from Taco and the amount of champions they could throw at you. Another big point is, of course, their primary carries, which are going to be coming from the bot lane. Very similar in the damage numbers. But we do have a big champion that has surged recently, Zaya, coming out from Shun. He's currently 20 KDA on that champion, has won all of his lanes with it. So that is going to be a big one to look out for. And, you know, sometimes even though CFO haven't come out with the wins itself, they have always come out consistently with Shun's lane, which you can tell by his plus 1,000 gold difference at 15.
Yeah, only across 3 games, but he's got plenty of time to add more to that one right now. I think Shun has definitely lived up to his debut. We saw him really kind of styling in his first game, but it was against one of the weaker sides, and then ever since, he's kind of proved it against the best of the best. So Whale has got a job for himself this time around to survive and to try and answer back, but he is certainly no slouch. As we get into the picks and bans, we see CFO targeting out some of the favored champions for those combo pieces on the MFT side. The Diana's off the board, of course. The Tryndamere, pretty worthy ban in most situations. In MFT, they're not going to try their luck to counter Azeri. Not against Shun. They're going to ban that away.
Yeah, MFT have not been one of the teams that have shown to take a dice roll on the Zeri pick. A lot of times they will ban the Zeri themselves on the blue side. And talking about this squad, even though there is a 4-win difference, MFT are actually 6th place, while CFO are 5th place. So there is a bit of a huge, I wouldn't call it a trench necessarily, but there is kind of a ditch in between,
it's a stretch standings though too, right? Because CFO do have a tie, you know, with Beyond as well. But like, no, you're not wrong. Like MFT, of course, they're very, very close despite the win differential. This is where it kind of cuts off a little bit, and that's why, well, it's impossible for MFT to necessarily catch up to CFO because there's too many games different. It still means a lot for both of these teams in their prospective chases. MFT would love to get that 6th seed in their first split and dodge a loser's bracket start to the playoffs. As we have a Jinx span here, even on the Nurse in 12.5. Interesting.
Yeah, this is super unique here because CFO have shown a propensity to not really go for 80 first picks. So they're perfectly happy to let the enemy pick whatever they want, and then they still have the Xayah open. They're not fixated on the big three coming into the draft, the Jinx, Aphelios, and the Xerxes that we've seen. So it's kind of interesting. We haven't really seen anyone try to ban this way. And now the big question is, what will 665 play? Recently, he's just been all Hecarim most of the time. And with both Diana and Hecarim off, he needs to play some early game champion and face the music in Gemini's best champion in the Lee Sin here. So it's interesting what they have. And in the meantime, if you leave Galio open, Wen is 100% locking it in.
Yeah, also they're going to get that Graves pickup here, which I believe that is, I mean, it is a flex pick, but I'm looking at the champions played, and Taco, he really stacks the board with them. This is not, well, it is one of them actually. He did play Graves in a single game, and he's the only one to do it. 665 has not. So I'm inclined to think this is topside, but it's always possible. And then, of course, we do see the Xayah on second rotation for Xun. Will they round it out with the Rakan and avoid it being banned away? It's always possible. Mission, of course, he himself could get banned out a little bit. He does love this Orianna. Both sides of this matchup, really. He locks
This is just too easy for CFO. They see the Galio. They know it's a cannonball composition. They don't even have to see any more picks. They're just going for full disengage. You have Dragon's Rage that disengage. You have Shockwave that counter engages. And you have the hardest champion to catch in the bot lane from Xayah. So I think CFO understand their win conditions very well, and it's for MFT to see whether they want to go in with range coming in from the bottom side themselves, which they do go for double AD composition, or if they go for full catch. And I think this is really smart. If you see this composition from CFO, you don't really want to walk into it. You would much rather keep your distance, and Tristana is one of those picks that could do it late game.
Yeah, we're going to see 2 Tristana games in a row here. I'm curious to see if Whale can match up against Xun. Into the second bans we go, though. A few seconds down the line, of course, the Rakan has to be considered. Not necessarily because of Koala, but because of that extra range, because of the engage potential it offers, and because of the very aggressive ball delivery system that it represents in this squad. CFO already have a lot of tools for a pretty beastly team fight, and we'll see what their answer is.
I love what MFT are doing here. They're making sure that CFO can engage. Now, if you look at CFO's composition, if you can't engage, then a lot of your ultimates don't really do anything when you get outranged here. So very smart composition. You know, if Taco could play something like a Jace here, it would just fill in the composition beautifully. Taco could play anything. Like, I wouldn't be surprised to see him do anything. He is the man with the most.
A Victor top. I mean, like, yeah, this guy is a champion ocean. Debatable if it's necessarily gonna work.
Yep.
But I mean, Taco looks pretty good and comfortable on some of these very strange things. Just a quick like gander at his champion picks this season. He's got a Darius, he's got a Mordekaiser. He opened the split with an Akali that won. A couple Silas games up top. The Victor. He does it all, man.
Yeah, this guy's just absolutely crazy. You know, we've even had things like the Zillion top lane. So just find a ranged champion that can kind of play towards those strengths is definitely something that CFO could do here. MFT could do here. And interestingly enough, CFO actually banned away the Leona here as well. They're a little bit afraid of the one-shot combo that Leona plus Tristana would provide, but that also means that if the Nautilus is taken away, CFO don't have good engage options.
Yeah, that is curious right now. It does feel like MFT have kind of came a little bit prepared for what their opponents want to play, but we'll see if they can find a way to squeeze a little bit of extra engage on that one, or if they can't get stiff-armed away from the likes of Meta Falcon team. 2 more picks to go. We'll finally see, is Koala going to take a leaf out of Kino's book? I think it might be the case, Clement. We got ourselves a set.
Oh, and this one's super fun because the one member that can't get away is the Galio. And you can just suplex him into the back line. That's going to do plenty of damage right there. I do like this sort of counter pick. We have seen it work out against Galio comps quite well. You just kind of run at him, throw him in. He's not really able to escape. But in the meantime, I still feel like this composition is not particularly consistent. And I think for CFO, they're actually very reliant on their early game lanes to work out for these champions like the Set and the Renekton to carry through into the later phases of the game. These are champions that where if their early game gets stunted, they really lack the power to stand up to most champions come later in the game. And as we look at the top lane, you know, there still could be something like a Gwen coming up here. Like, oh, sorry, Gwen's been taken away. My bad. Oh, we are going to get an Ornn. Wow.
Okay.
Super interesting.
By the way, that's a new one for Taco, so count them right now.
Yeah, I do want to talk about this Ornn because
13 unique champions.
Oh boy, it's just so crazy that Taco's actually gonna win that award away. Like, usually when we see rookie players coming on the Rift, they play 3 or 4 champions and that's it. They're very risk averse, but Taco's just willing to try everything. So
dude, this Taco's got everything on it. I'm excited. But you're right about CFO. They're indexing so heavily here on their ability to snowball ahead. I mean, they should be confident in that ability, but it feels like it is a huge gamble. And even if they do come out ahead and snowball 1 or 2 champions, they're also heavily reliant on AD. Mission's the only one who really puts out a significant amount of magic damage in this team comp.
Yeah, and honestly, Orianna isn't one that doesn't really have the sustained damage throughout an entire team fight either. If you whiff the ultimate, then that's pretty much a pure AD composition. So in terms of the scaling, it's definitely on the side of MFT. And in some of these lanes, Ornn actually historically has a very good win rate against Renekton as well. It's actually pretty difficult to bully an Ornn even in lane. You can push the wave, you can get wave manipulation, but it's actually incredibly difficult to punish him in terms of CS or even just taking him down low. So I love what MFT did with their composition. They kind of signaled one way, did a head fake, and forced CFO into a bit of a weird position. Now, to get back to basics and to get back to the big picture, though, I still think CFO are still massively favorites. They are the most preeminent laning phase kingdom team that we have in the PCS, and this is a laning phase composition. So, you know, if I'm being completely honest, they should still feel fairly comfortable with this composition, but MFT have given themselves far more outs than I would have expected.
Yeah, really interesting draft coming out from the Uni Squad representing today. Let's see if they can get a win. This would be massive for their playoff chances. The best they can hope for is a 6th place spot. A number 6 seed, though, would allow them to dodge being placed in the lower bracket for round 1 of the playoffs. At the very least, they would end up in a 7th or 8th place spot. But this is the toughest game they're liable to have so far. I mean, they do face off against, I believe, Beyond Gaming, so that, you know, debatable there. But also, they're going to be playing their opponent's Hurricane a little bit later. So, yeah, I think this is a good shot for them. I mean, it's not going to be easy. Never is against the Flying Oyster, but we'll have to see how it shakes out. Little early level 1 trades when walks out of the command attack.
And so far, MFT's position is that they are in a sort of 3-way traffic jam with Frank and also Impunity nipping at their heels. But they do have strength of schedule. Because they have that game against Hurricane Gaming, they still are expected to take that 6th place slot, which means that they don't have to go to the lower bracket, and they would also have side selection on the top side of the bracket for the first round, which is absolutely huge. And a big thing to remember is, in our playoffs, at least this year, we are playing full 5v5. So side selection actually matters a lot more because you have 3 games. It actually matters less, but, you know, it's still good to have to get that 3 games in versus the 2, potentially if the series does go long there. So this is what exactly...
huge win rate split, yeah.
Yeah, this is kind of what MFT is playing for right now, is for side selection in the first round if they get 6.
Yeah, now on the opposite side, for CFO, you know, they're at 10-5. They're 1 win back from J-Team. They're tied with Beyond. Every game really counts for them because you would like to get a number 3 seed just because you end up facing a weaker squad, which could very well be the likes of MFT, compared to either J-Team, Megabank Beyond Gaming, possibly if Deep Cross or even PSG Talon Drop. We'll have to see. But it's just, it's a bit of a different caliber there, and you have a much better shot of coming out of that best of 5 ahead rather than dropping into the losers bracket. So you definitely want to secure that now. Speaking of securing, Gemini, Came a little bit close to taking away 665's jungle, but no dice.
Yeah, I think for everyone in the top 5 that isn't PSG, their goal is to get number 2. If you get second place, that means you don't have to face PSG at least until the winter finals, which is massive. Like, if you think about PSG, their current biggest strength is their draft, and that will be amplified in best of 5s. We see Mission taunted, but he should be okay.
Yeah, 665 is going to just drive by, as well as Gemini. A little bit of lane tax coming through there, as he loves flashing that Invictus emote today.
Yeah, I'm not sure Invictus Gaming is necessarily the team that MFT should be trying to emulate.
He's bound to right-click. Hey man, they're world champions. Gotta give them something.
That's true. That was a couple of years ago. So
it was.
Their playstyle is kind of we get the best players because we're filthy rich. I don't think MFT goes for that strategy at all. So we'll see if.
No, they're college kids, man. It's the opposite.
Yeah, so they're kind of feasting on ramen for most of their days. So I'm just wondering if that's the team that you want to be trying to emulate, or maybe they're saying that it's the Ning philosophy where they're trying to get happy times. But we should come back into the game just a little bit. We have been talking just about a lot of random stuff, but the most important thing to note right here is because of the full lane dominance that we've seen from CFO, Gemini is off to a great start. It's double scuttle. His lanes are completely safe. I like this start a lot from Gemini. He is behind in tempo because he did check out the enemy jungler position, which is exactly what you want to do if all 3 of your lanes are pushing. He found where 665 was early game. He took both scuttles, and his lanes are incredibly safe. So as a jungler, I think Gemini did a fantastic job with this early game.
Yeah, and this is allowed because, as you said, his team has been getting very far ahead in the lanes, and this is what CFO have to do. This is a team that really needs to dominate. Rest, speaking of, not quite level 6 just yet, but he is still bullying Taco out up in that top side on the Ornn, grasps the Undying, keeping him in the lane for the time being, but he is zoning him off a little bit of that farm. Shun easily dodges the hook. One of those things about a Nautilus, of course, another champion with the heavy engage, a little more telegraphed, and instant flash from Shun as 665 shows bot side. But that is a good trade for MFT, as they do get a summoner for free.
I actually really like that flash from Shun. We'll talk about it later, as Gemini should find 665 here.
Well, there we go. Sonic Wave easily connects. Dishes the damage. The mid laner's coming to play as well with the smoke screen up, and he's going to walk away from it. But can Shun get away as they get to, and Gemini flashes right back in. It was all a bait. Renhao should go down easily, and the Lee Sin gets a double kill.
Beautiful stuff from Gemini. Flashes in to save his AD carry right there. And all of this really stemmed from Shun's decision to flash away from the slow. Xayah doesn't have any escapes pre-level 6, so if you don't flash this slow, it's a very easy chase down. And what Shun was doing with that flash was that he was saying, I'm preserving HP because I know my jungle can cover later, so I can win back this trade. We'll watch this again. They go in, but the heal is still there. Gemini gets the shield and the kill down. They also pass over the double. But we are getting some wins from MFT.
Yeah, we are right now. CFO, they went a little bit low on that Ocean Dragon. However, Koala will be able to take down when it's fired back. Still, it's a 2-for-1 trade, and the Dragon steal for MFT as CFO bite off more than they can chew.
Wow, that's a huge swing in the momentum right there. They actually get the shutdown on Gemini too, over to 665. I'm sure we're going to get a replay of it, but if I had to guess, CFO just went super greedy on the Drake.
And they were. Look at Gemini's health bar. You can't get away with that. What are you doing, Gemini?
Well, that's just playing fast and loose right there. And I don't have much explanation. I don't think it needs much explanation, but that was just kind of ridiculous. Their AD carry was back in base. The enemy was already coming back onto the field, and great move by 665. They just caught him red-handed.
So both junglers now have 2 quick kills picked up. That's an interesting turn of events here, and it does seem like we've got head scratchers now play so far. Level 6 starting to come in on the CFO bot side. Although they are uncontested down bot just a second till Whale and Renhao come right back into it. And we reset just a bit here as the game stands. Still CFO favored, but MFT are showing they've got teeth.
Yeah, if I look at that trade, just the bot lane trade and the 2 kills going back, I actually think it favors MFT a little bit in terms of game tempo because they are the late game team comp. Koala going in.
Yeah, good face breaker into the showstopper. Renhow taking all the damage, and Whale. Oh no, he autoed a minion there. He knew he wasn't going to win that trade.
Yeah, that's interesting. He would have more time to auto the minions anyway, but he pretty much just said, well, I'm sorry, but my support is completely dead right there. It does look like MFT will still have to wait further into the game, but as I was saying, they do have that scaling to look forward to. Their team is just such a beast in terms of objective fights. There is no way the Renekton is getting past the Ornn and the Galio here. So, you know, they do have things to still look forward to. And CFO have to be careful. They cannot drop tempo against this type of team composition.
Yeah, Rest walks up, disrespects the positioning a little bit, does get punished by Taco on that Bellows Breath. And Gemini waiting in the wings, 665 clearing the ward away. Don't think he's going to go for the 1v1 trade. Now that these junglers have a bounty on them yet.
Yeah, Rust actually wasted a lot of time starting Herald there. A bit of a weird move, considering that he didn't have backup, and now Renhal might find a catch, but that's level 6, though.
Level 6 onto Koala. He doesn't have ult, though, and he's having to walk away with the safeguard from Gemini. Mission isolated for a second, but there's no follow-up, there's no chase. Herald's still aggroed through it all. MFT are the ones controlling this side of the river.
Yeah, and we do have to remember, MFT are willing to take this.
Into the Renekton, he flashes, hits the wall, slices, dices over, 665!
The
Stays
Herald
alive on the
finishes
side
it.
of the Herald! Secret Agent Shelly.
The great call by MFT here to start that fight. They nearly got the 2-0 lead there, and I really like the fact that they're willing to start this even with Renhao on level 5. They have such a strong teamfight composition on this phase, and even with Wen not having priority, he can still come in with the hero's entrance later if need be. Just to watch this play again, I don't like CFO's idea here of straight up challenging this. I think they don't have the composition to really do this. So they do lose another kill onto Gemini. Fortunately, they do get a trade back because of a Shelly right there, but I feel like CFO, they need to have bigger leads in their lanes before they can start that. And honestly, if they have just a little bit more patience, they should have the ability to do so. Their bot lane is pushing in, their mid lane is pushing in. You know, just take things a little bit slower. Make sure that MFT can't actually match the tempo there, and you could take it for free. So I see CFO as trying to play this tempo game a little bit too hastily, and they're running into a teamfight composition from MFT, which they don't want to do.
Yeah, fast and loose seems to be the name of the game for some of these teams already locked into the top 4, top 5. We saw it with J-Team earlier, and now we're starting to see it with CFO again. They are going to go for a bit of a push down bot, maybe a dive here as Gemini comes in, but on the opposite side, Shelly being started up again. I think 665 wants a little bit of revenge, because clearly Shelly a little bit biased for the Flying Oyster this game.
Definitely has been. He has to make sure that Shelly is actually just a impartial observer rather than someone that is actively rooting for oysters. I guess they are all seaside creatures, so it does make kind of sense.
Is that what happens when Rift Herald dies? It just kind of observes on the map. It's got like a long respawn timer and just sort of watches the action.
That might be what the eye is for. So
that's the I think you're right. That's the answer. All right, here's a dive down on top side. 665 going to crush that eye quickly as Rest is caught between Ornn and Graves. Dominus almost exhausted here. Teleport coming in, but I think he is a dead man. Nicely played out there as the teleport finishes. Mission trying to isolate them and get a quick double, but they split. Well played
This
here.
could be another dive.
I think so. Mission, he's running the wrong way. Shockwave does pull in 2. Here comes Wen. Mission flashes away, but he's out of damage. And he is going to walk it out, but man, MFT playing that well.
Very well done on that top side there. Critically, bot side as well, I think deserves a lot of praise. Whale was able to clear the wave despite being down a mythic item. So that was huge. You can see CFO, they shifted 4 members into the bot lane. They found that there was no play. MFT instantly responded to top. Renhao does have to be a little bit careful, but again, Whale is able to clear this wave again and again. Really nicely done with the E to make sure that the cross-map play can happen for the rest of the team. And this is a matchup I was talking about. Like, Renekton, you think he's a lane bully, but against someone like Ornn, he actually still dies quite easily. The Dominus gives you a lot of extra HP, and Ornn is a champion that just chunks through HP bars, raw HP bars quite nicely. Mission very lucky to get away there from the heroic entrance from when in the meantime. But we are starting to see some cracks here. Like, I feel like top lane Renekton's just not going to be very useful throughout this entire game. While in the meantime, Shun still expanding that lead.
Yeah, should be the first brick here as Rest is chased away. This Renekton's going to be a little bit of a non-factor as the game goes a little bit lower, and they look for the 2v1 into the Dominus, and maybe he gets those kills. 665 tanked a lot of tower shots on that. That's going to be the end of that push. At the same time, though, bot lane, Shun and Koala do finish off the bot tower. They have Zone Whale away. And MFT, you know, they have good coordination. This is one thing you can't take away from this squad. They came into the PCS deliberately wanted to stay together as a roster out of their university's team. And, you know, we see them able to pull things off that rookie squads usually can't as a result.
I'm just going to say it. CFO, I think them losing to J-Team, losing to Beyond Gaming, I can sort of understand. You know, those are pro teams that have a lot of experience. If they lose to MFT, I will actually lose my mind because MFT are complete rookies compared to what CFO have. They are paying a visit onto Taco right here. Ooh, some nice bounce house. Okay,
Call the Forge God may just get off, and he thought he might be able to take down Gemini with him, but a well-executed dive from CFO, and Rest says, see, that's how it feels.
Yeah, I feel like if you were Taco there, you might as well try to clear the wave into the top side. There's no way you're actually getting out of that one alive. But CFO do have to be careful about the hex stacks here. There could be a potential more members, or they could just run into MFT in that situation. A good find for them there. 3,000 gold up. I still feel like this is relatively okay for MFT though. They had match at least on most of the mythic items, and they are just waiting, I think, for kind of the Drake fights to take over here, with the Hextech Drake being again coming in from game 2.
2 for 2 on the Hex Gates today. This is going to be interesting. As MFT, yeah, that'll really help them get into these objective fights a lot faster. Obviously, it helps CFO just as much, but when we consider what these teams want to do, now CFO are going to group up quickly here. It's still a minute until the dragon spawns as they try to take as much jungle away from their opposition as possible. Mission stealing away that blue buff with a little help from Gemini as they'll set up vision. What can MFT do? They tried to show force in the mid lane, but not able to find a push on that tower.
And here comes the real big fight here. The big question is, how is Taco going to join? And what it seems like right now is Taco's actually making the call to just stay top and push this one in. So CFO are likely just going to take this Drake uncontested. It's a bit of a weird call in my eyes. Taco with the extra gold is not really going to change the calculus so much into the bottom side. And now Shun, again, giving a huge punish to Whale.
Yeah, unfortunately, Whale getting zoned out of that one means that it's going to be hard to defend. And Renhao, they want to counter-engage when thinking on that Predator, but this is going to be Dragon live, and Taco kind of moved halfway for it, but they back up. There's nothing they can trade for here. Try to get pressure in the mid, maybe, but Koala's still there defending. And it seems like CFO just out-rotate their opposition.
Yeah, and we have to remember that there is still a TP on the Renekton as well. So if there is a fight that MFT try to catch her, it won't be a 5v4. It still will be a 5v5. So I just think the positioning from MFT was far better there. If you're Taco and you don't have a TP in that situation, you actually have to match the Renekton. I feel like getting that top lane tower, even though it was like 300 local gold, they do give over the Drake, which is kind of what they want to push. They want to pull CFO into those Drake fights, and they also lose a huge chunk of tower HP mid lane. So overall, I don't think it was actually that much worth it for 665 to actually take down the top tower. They don't benefit from having elongated lanes.
But the Herald priority continues here as they try to get this one. However, it does seem like CFO want this fight, and Whale and Ren now have kind of backed away from this. They're trying to pull Shelly out and teleport. Maybe it's all a bait for the long fight, but this is a delicate dance as they crush the eye. 665 walks away. Man, they just want to zone him off. Here comes the Call the Forge God, I should say. And it completely whiffs, except Koala gets bursted down to 0, and they're gonna find the Renekton as well. Even in the Dominus, the Flash, they try to chase him away. No, he slices and dices. And that's gonna be the end of that. A 1 kill. And a bit of, well, I'm going to use your favorite phrase, Clement, a bit of a head-scratcher on CFO's engage there.
Yeah, I think what... Koala, if he was able to, although we still have more fights, though.
Okay, they really wanted that blue buff, but now we're seeing all sort of questionable decisions. Teleports keep going. This fight is not ended, and Wen is down. What is happening?
I think both teams got kind of antsy right there. You know, Koala just didn't press any buttons. He had Flash, he had Ultimate, he had Facebreaker. He chose to use nothing. Just simply died. So, it's kind of a weird first take there, but CFO get a massive punish on the blue buff right afterwards. There was really no need for MFT to over-aggress there, especially when their bot lane was moving away from the scene already. So, calculated by CFO, maybe?
I don't know. That's some fuzzy math, man. Big swing, though, for the Flying Oyster right now as they start stacking in more bank. And here is the counter engage as the jungle was coming through. 665 secures the red. But yeah, end result is Herald secured, but MFT lose a lot of people at the end of the day. Let's see if they can make that Herald pop worth it, as they did take a little bit of time to get it. And yeah. Game's pace has been a little bit weird.
Very interesting. While we saw Gemini and 665 trading bounties, who's been profiting from all of this has been Shun. He's already 3-0 and 2 right now. He's been fed free kills all over the map. And I feel like this is something that MFT do need to think about. He has a very early Lord Dominic's regard against the Nautilus, the Galio, and the Ornn. So this could change the calculus significantly. CFO might not be that afraid to take a front-to-back team fight if they can melt through Taco.
Yeah, and they do have some engage tools, right? I mean, you're really going to rely on Koala here to come in with the showstopper, and he's still deceptively tanky enough. I mean, you get a lot of that shield off of the Haymaker, so it's always possible that they feel confident enough to do it. Gemini actually sniffing as he sees Renhao there, and it is going to be a fair bit of map controlled by CFO. They'd like to knock down this last outer turret here in the top side. And just gonna let the minions crash. 665, Wen and Whale going to be in the mid, but they've barely been able to tickle that tower.
Yeah, so what CFO are looking for, whenever there's a 4-man like this and Ornn isn't there, I expect them to just full-on engage. They have a massive gold lead, and they can cut through these non-frontliners super easily. Their only real threat is the 5v5 with Taco present. So I feel like MFT have to be very, very careful. I do like what they're doing right here, but I would feel a lot more comfortable if they have a little bit more warding presence on the left side. You can see because they don't have a pink for that ward, they will just drop Wen as a mobile ward there. Make sure no one can flank them. And now they have Taco, they can play a little bit more aggressively, but they really can't afford to split up as 4, in my opinion. Gemini is a little too good on the Lee Sin. And they should expect to be caught out.
Yeah, CFO, after defending, will be able to back away from here. Whale staying relatively safe just on the edge. But this next dragon comes up in 10 seconds. Neither of these teams want to give up a player before it happens. We'd establish a pretty big Drake stack here for Flying Oyster. Gemini spotted out by the ward as he throws down control. Dragon's live. 665 starts it. Here they go through safety. Renhao a little forward. He does engage. Koala's actually managed to catch him. But they are going to be able to back away from this. The question is, can they secure it? Rest and Gemini around the side. Always a possible Lee Sin steal here. And they are going to turn for the fight immediately. They do find the Xayah into the Featherstorm. Shun shuts down Renhao. But Taco takes rest out of this one. And Gemini is going to need to beat feet to get back to this one for the steal. Tries for it on the Sonic Wave. But MFT will even up the Drake stack on that fight.
That was insane from Renhao. How does he find Xayah in the middle of 4 members? Sure, he pays with his life, but that was totally worth it to burn all the summoners from Shin, burn his flash, his heal, get his ultimate, and also get a Hex Drake there. We have to remember, CFO are actually coming into this fight with a strong gold lead. Let's watch this beautiful play from Renhao again. Just finds Shin out of nowhere, followed directly up into the ultimate. You can see that CFO are trying to flank with Rest. He dies as he tries to cover the ramp, and they get the Drake right there. I have to say, MFT with a huge win.
Yeah. You don't actually have to kill the Xayah. You just have to make sure she can't keep fighting. And that's massive right now. MFT, talk about Renhao dying for the cause, and a really good setup. It allows Whale to aggressively jump forward, make that play. He's going to start evening out a little bit more in items after that Phantom Dancer completes. And yeah, 23.5 minutes into this one, MFT, they're equalized on Drakes. We won't have an easy stack on this, and remember, this is the team that scales more comfortably into late game.
Yeah, if you think about the damage distribution, just look at the Ornn. I think even with the Lord Dominic's regard, he's just not dying at this point. He's triple defensive items. Like, Orianna's not going to kill him anytime soon. So, as we go into late game, these fights are going to look more and more dire, and MFT can play ever so aggressively with their front line because they just can't die at this point. So they can push position super easily. And I feel like when you are looking at the late game and a lot of these objective fight situations, it usually is a 5v5 in very close quarters around these ramps where you have to go through an enemy front line. So I do want to see how CFO adapt to this. And one of the ways they could do that is with mission side lane split pushing. It's not something we see a lot, but Orianna, I would say against this team comp that isn't all that mobile, I would say, does have a chance to kind of pull apart the composition from MFT. And remember, CFO's win condition is fight when MFT are 4. Fight when Taco is not there.
So far, seems to be them hitting the go button to try and defend on their towers. Only one has been found by MFT, but they do have the more of the map control at the moment. Ooh, Koala deep in enemy territory there for a second, but nobody was there to try and catch him. You can see Taco kind of prevented from rejoining his team. And he can be a threat on the side lanes, but he wants to be with the squad when possible. Teleport advantage, though, in favor of MFT if they want to bring Taco back into this one. Rest, of course, can match, but Mission cannot. Into the mid lane, Shun leading the charge. Might be able to knock that tower down. Winds of War aren't doing a whole lot here. I have to say, Wen's been having a bit of a harder time. Here comes the call to Forge God. Shun is going to spend his Feather Storm. And Taco gets a knock off the taunt on Koala. And that's a big shutdown. 665 finding the final shot, but unfortunately, there's enough left in the tank here for CFO to keep it going. 1, 2, 3, traded for 1. Make that 2. Rest is still a big gator. And he says to MFT, see you later.
Yeah, great play coming in there by CFO to salvage the situation. I feel like MFT actually overcommitted on the kill onto Xayah. The rest of the team didn't need to go in and pack damage. Actually, 665 could have finished off that kill by himself. So I think Wen and Whale actually unnecessarily put themselves in way too much harm there. And they end up in a situation where 665 has to go 1v4 to secure the Baron. Props to him, he does complete it.
Single-handedly chase him off. Let's see this again, because it's a really nice setup from Taco to try and pincer Shun, forces the ultimate. But you're right, they go really deep here.
Like, Wen doesn't need to flash this at all. I don't see the purpose of Wen and Renhao flashing in for that. It was completely unnecessary. 665 could have just finished off the kill, and essentially what their flashes did was they gave Mission a massive shockwave. That's all. Like, they didn't even get damage off. So they really need to trust in 665 a little bit more and not funnel themselves so hard against a Renekton and Mission and Orianna. Like,
I will say, Whale has not looked all that, or excuse me, Wen has not looked all that great this game. His Galio he's kind of been hard forcing it a little bit. We've seen a couple of combos, but he's not always been necessary. Like, I don't know. He's gotten a little too deep sometimes, and yeah, it's not been as impressive.
in Chinese, we call this having an iron head. So you basically try to just smash your head against a brick wall over and over again until it works. 665 also demonstrating that right there as he gets caught on the Baron Pit wall. But fortunately enough, the Scryer Bloom doesn't catch that, so it doesn't count.
Yeah, of course. You know, nobody saw it. It's okay. So, as we even out just a little bit, as it stands, CFO at 28 minutes still have a decent gold lead, just about 5,000, but they importantly also have a dragon advantage in the aftermath of that. They were able to secure another Hextech Drake, so they are on soul points. There have been a lot of dragons for 28 minutes on the map. Teams are really focusing on that objective.
And this is going to be absolutely massive here. CFO do have a huge incentive to actually just walk in to MFD, and I feel like MFD are not going to let go of this opportunity either to full-on punish them. Once again, all MFD have to be careful of is just to make sure their front line doesn't bunch up like they did the last time. Their front line, if they play front to back, even with how fed Shun is, MFD should still win, even with the 5,000 gold deficit. Like, that's how crazy some of these scaling compositions can be. So, you know, don't do anything crazy. Keep your distance. Make sure that you're always there for your backline to just dish out damage and just take things slowly. I feel like MFD definitely still have some game to play.
They certainly do, but they have been trying for quite a while to crack this mid lane, have been unable to do it. As Rest stays on the bottom, no one has contested him here. So he kind of gets free farm, and he's going to be able to just secure this and slice and dice his way out. So while the Renekton, you know, in a sense has fallen off a bit, with Hullbreaker, he can still be a deadly threat on the side lane for a good chunk of this game.
No nerf on the Hullbreaker for melee champions here, and this has been a very long wait for Taco and 665. They've been sitting in that brush for 2 waves at this point.
Rest is right back on bot.
Shin's just too smart to be caught out like that. Now Ren Hao's in trouble.
Yeah, Sonic Wave is going to pull himself to safety, but guys, you're losing bot lane. This Renekton's just absolutely shredding what you've got here. They're going to go ahead and send the Galio to try and defend. But we're still watching if this fight happens here. Rest is out because Taco showed up as well, so they have a numbers disadvantage in the mid lane. Ren Hao's got... What's going on here? MFT? Man, they're just collapsing.
MFT, I just think that they were way too opportunistic with this play. It's 2 minutes until the next Drake. CFO are under no pressure to come out and fight or face check. Like, they're never going to check the right side front. They will never do that. So MFT, I feel like they just pulled some collegiate strategy where teams kind of wander around and hope that it would work on CFO. They should have just stayed split, wait for the Drake to come up.
Yeah,
665
flashes very early into the pit, and they try to zone him off. It's going to get secured, and so is his life here as MFT will try to remove Baron from at least 1 or 2. Shun goes into stasis, but you see, he's brought away from the carries, courtesy of Koala. Shun lives, but the same cannot be said from Meta Falcon team when dropping Taco soon to follow. They may have lost mission, but that is about it. Koala's still going to hang into this one as he gets a smash to the face. And with 4 members strong, it's a Baron push topside.
I felt so close in that fight. MFT, they get the close down, they nearly get the Baron steal, but at the end, Shun stays alive, and if you can't kill him, he will chew through your entire team. So remember at the start of the fight, this is essentially a 4v3 situation. Whale comes in super late, does go down, take a lot of damage onto Shun, but this is so well done on the side of Shun. He takes the challenge straight up against the Tristana, drops her low, and then Koala is able to finish off the kill with the AD carry gone. No more threat onto the back line, and we just have a good cleanup coming in from Shun. Ren Hao again gets caught out.
Yeah, X-Gate's just really doing some work here for CFO as Ren Hao tries to dash to safety. Now 665, caught isolated from the pack. In goes the shield of Duran for when they're going to turn this one. Rest, maybe going to fall, but no, a massive shockwave there, allowing Shun to pick up a double kill. Taco Whale 665, they want another fight here. They're going to get mission on the knockup, but Shun's still threatening. It's a 3v4. MFT really playing with fire on this one, despite the fact that CFO don't have scaling on their side. They certainly have the gold items and the damage, and Shun deletes Whale by sticking him full of feathers. Not a lot he can do here. Koala, Hex Flash is over, Showstopper, and I think the show might be over soon. Rest takes another one, Taco soon to fall after the dash, that's the ace, and they're in the base.
Oh, such a close game from MFT. They held on for a long time, but unfortunately, they didn't have the patience to execute this composition the whole way through. CFO will get some sweet revenge right here for their earlier losses. Not against MFT necessarily, but for their Week 4 and Week 5. And what item is Rest going to buy? That's the big question. He finishes the game with the Medjais. I'm always very curious on what Rest does. When he goes back to base like that, it's usually some tears. I've seen the 6-tier build, but this time going for the Medjais and some big smiles.
How to make the stats people hate you. But Rest definitely having a great time this time around, and the rest of his team can be very happy and secure in their victory. Definitely allowed MFT to make some suboptimal plays, I think, and despite a few engages that maybe didn't look quite so good for them, they were able to out-rotate around the map and just lead MFT on a bit of a wild goose chase, knowing when they had the opportunities to fight, knowing when they could keep a stiff arm. I don't think they lost that mid-tower, by the way, the entire game. And this is why CFO are one of our top squads here, making a statement to return to form and try to secure that number 3 playoff seed.
Yeah, this game felt very unfortunate for MFT because they had all of the cards aligned. Their Ornn was massive. The damage coming in from Shun was honestly not that relevant against someone like the Ornn, but they just went over aggressive, I think 3 times, very critically. The first time was when we saw them go for the blue buff. That was just kind of unnecessary. We will catch a glimpse of what happened in the final play. Rest just goes in 1v2. It's so hard to calculate the incoming members with the Hex Gate. He gets help on the rest of the team. It looks somewhat good for MFT at the start here because they are able to just finish off Gemini at the start of the fight, so there is a chance of them winning. But Mission then comes in and they can't escape the shockwave afterwards. So MFT do fall there. I think we might catch a glimpse all the way into Shun and his one-shot burst of Whale.
Yeah,
I wouldn't mind seeing that again.
Maybe we'll get the time for it. This is just like a series of bait and switches, I think, at the end. Yeah, unfortunately, we don't get to see that last one again. But you're right, Clement. I mean, the game at this point, it was already going to be very difficult to come back into, even with the scaling on the side of MFT. But you called it. They just made too many mistakes in a row. Like, they had kept it very close, but it kind of felt like they banged their head against the wall a few too many times, right? And just started doing the same thing over again.
Yeah, the blue buff was not very good. The fight where you saw the entire front line flash forward to Shun put 0 damage on him. And 665 just killed him anyway. Like, why were you guys flashing? If you trade 665 for 80 carry, you win that fight hands down. So that was kind of unnecessary. And then we saw the bait around Drake Pit when there were still 2 minutes and 30 seconds up for Drake Soul. There's just no chance that CFO would ever face check that. It was just a very bizarre kind of game coming in, and then Renhao just gets caught in no man's land and dies twice in a row. So we do see MFT. I feel like this was a composition where it had some picks that they were familiar with, but the team did not operate the way that they usually play. They do not usually play these front-to-back game compositions. They have to wait for macro decisions. They usually play catch comps, which is like, if you're Renekton and Diana, then you naturally have priority and you just run at them. So I feel like we see a team where there are good coaching ideas. I love the draft. Hands down, I think if you give this draft to any of the top 5 teams, then CFO would have lost. I don't have any doubt in that whatsoever. But the way they pilot it does show a lot of inexperience still.
Yeah, and this is, of course, a rookie squad. I think it is fair to say that they have some growing pains to work their way through, and despite it, they still kept the game pretty close for about 20 minutes before it started to go a little bit out of hand at that 25-minute mark, and I think it's safe to say Shun is definitely showing up. I mean, talk about the galaxy brain level decision-making. He burns his flash early just to bait out MFT in the river in that level, I want to say 4 or 5, and or actually 6, I think he might have had Featherstorm at that point. Overall, CFO definitely, it feels like a bit of an upgrade because it just jives with what this squad wants to do, which is early pressure.
It definitely is. When you have 2 lane doing a full pressure press, the only thing better is to have 3 lanes that can play at the same degree and out pressure. And Honestly, the early game from CFO was really beautiful. What they did was, I think there's so many things to note on their first rotation. Like the way they played when they had all 3 lanes pushing, and Gemini just going to check the jungler, taking double scuttle, like skipping camps to take double scuttle, was so critical. And then Shin, well-deserved MVP. The flash early on really showcases an understanding of macro play. I don't think it was an emergency flash. I think what he was thinking was like, I'm sitting at an item lead here. If I flash away and my jungle then rotates to the bottom side, I can continue to push and pressure without the flash. All I need to do is conserve HP. So it really showcases something that is very rare among rookie players, which is an ability to think about the macro game and how to play according to their macro strategy.
Yeah, we're really seeing why he was favored to come in to replace Atlan here, and no knock against Atlan. He has been showing impressive performances throughout the split, but I do seem to think right now Shun is the guy going forward for CFO and into the playoffs. It does change how teams are going to look at this squad and what is the plan of attack against Flying Oyster. It seems like it's going to be hard to find winning lanes against this squad for sure, and some really, really good individual decision-making, and of course this time around, just finding the dominant fights when the team against them made a mistake. So, well earned for CFO. They are making a strong play here, Clement, to try and get that 3rd seed. Crazier things could even happen. I mean, anything's up for grabs at this point, but it is going to be a whole lot more games before we get to find that. And we've got ourselves a little break. When we return, Frankie Sports facing off against Deep Cross.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Your family.
All too familiar with pain, all too familiar with pride. I've been on my knees 6, but gotten up 7 times. It was never even a question of is it gonna be mine. It's not a matter of chance, just a matter of time. I've been watching the clock, 10,000 hours go by. I keep putting in work, the tears are filling my eyes. I swear I've never been tested like this, but this is mine. It's not a matter of chance, just a matter of time. Never look back. If something's standing in my way, I always push back. If something seemed impossible, I never took that. Nah, cause now I know better. Can't stop, won't stop, I won't quit ever.
The deepest waters won't take me. The highest fall won't break me. The blood and sweat is what made me.
I'ma get mine, just a matter of time.
The deepest waters won't take me. The highest fall won't break me. The blood and sweat is what made me.
I'ma get mine, just a matter of time.
By the reins, I'm taking it to the sky. I'm never taking a break, I'm only taking what's mine. You say it's taking too long, I'm taking that as a sign. It's not a matter of faith, just a matter of time. Never look back, if something's standing in my way, I always push back. When something seemed impossible, I never took that. Nah, cause now I know better. Can't stop, won't stop, I won't quit ever.
The deepest waters won't take me. The highest fall won't break me. Blood and sweat is what made me.
I'ma get mine, just a matter of time.
The deepest waters won't take me. The highest fall won't break me. The blood and sweat is what made me.
I'ma get mine, just a matter of time.
Waters won't take me. The highest fall won't break me.
I'ma get mine, just a matter of time.
never wanna down low. When you play with fire, when you mess with something out of control, you're a cheating liar and you're gonna get burned. When you fan the flames, when you spark the fuse and set it alight, you know the game, a knife to a gunfight. In a heartbeat, did I make you crazy? Did you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no more. I'll leave my teardrops on the dance floor. My teardrops on the dance floor.
And welcome back once again to the PCS Spring Split 2022 into Week 6. We are 2 games in now, and it gets even tighter in that playoff race. Before we get into that, though, I do want to thank our wonderful sponsors, CTBC Bank and Caliber. Thank you for making the PCS possible. Now, Clement, this next match, about as much of a favorite to be played here with Deep Cross Gaming taking on Frank Esports. However, with the last result, CFO affirming their status, it gets a little bit tight for the team at the top and opens a window of opportunity for the team just underneath.
It definitely does. Looking holistically at what these two teams are playing for coming into this Week 6, for Deep Cross Gaming, they have only dropped games to PSG. They want to cement themselves as the de facto top 2 team, get that second seed, make sure they don't have to play PSG early, at least make it into the winter finals. The winter finals. And on the other side, for Frank Esports, they are facing a much different situation because so far they haven't been able to take down a single top 5 team. If you're Frank Gaming and you want your fans to have some enthusiasm for you, you have to show that at least you have Dark Horse potential. So this is what these two teams are playing for coming into this one. They're both, I would say Deep Cross Gaming not only have had better results, they also have shown more flair in terms of their champion pool selection. And that's what I'm watching Frank Esports to step up on. Sure, you might not have... You might not surprise us in terms of the results, but could you at least surprise us in the last weeks in terms of some champion picks, really throw some doubt into your enemy team when it comes to playoffs?
Yeah, and I think this is a team that has started to understand its strengths, and they're in the mid and the bot side, right? Pretender and M&M have been the ones stepping up most consistently. The issue is it feels like a number of these games, they just have issues throwing it away in the end, and I don't know where to lay that blame, right? Because they certainly have a number of underperforming players. I think Holo has not had the best split in this particular jungle meta. I think Kurt has definitely been one of the weaker top sides here, and the stats bear that out as well. And K2 has been a little bit middling, but we have seen a lot of strength from the mid and the bot. Hopefully that's enough to carry them through, but against Deep Cross, it is going to be difficult with Leaky in the top side, Hana in the jungle, Nesty on mid, and of course, rookie sensation Chris Scotta paired up with Woody in the bot lane.
I just feel like these two teams have such a crossing of fates because at the start of the season, what we were looking at these two teams was, okay, Frank have their carries on board. If their utility members just step up, they should be fine. And for Deep Cross Gaming, it was the complete opposite. It's like, oh, Hana and Nesty. Well, those are your utility players. They need carries. And usually it actually goes the way of the carries. Usually the carries are the easier team to build around. But it hasn't been the case for Frank, unfortunately. And Deep Cross Gaming has found their carries to shine very brightly in both Leaky and Kriskata. Leaky still statistically our best top laner in the entire league. I don't think anyone expected Leaky to showcase this sort of performance. Kriskata, in the meantime, still very strong with his 80 carries. But the mid lane is where we will be taking a look at. Nesty.
Okay. These stats lie a little bit because, I mean, Nesty doesn't need to do damage. But other than that, like, it looks so weird. It makes him look really bad, but I feel like it does Nesty dirty. I just wanted to throw that out there. Please, go ahead.
Nesty is the utility player. This is what we've been talking about. He plays really weird things like the Bard and the Ivern that we saw in the last week. So the way you should judge Nesty, I think, is very different from other mid lane players. He's not really a carry player in terms of dishing out damage. He's much more of a facilitator, and he usually roams around the map with Hana as a two-man squad. He also has way too much of a champion pool to fully ban out, so I don't think many players will throw bans at him whatsoever. However, he does, I think, present an interesting weakness to Frank Esports. When we have seen DCG just completely shut down, again, it has kind of just been Nesty being put behind, especially in the PSG games when he was playing Twisted Fate. Bay just counterpicked him with the Silas. His Twisted Fate didn't even ult until like 20 minutes into the game. So he can be taken advantage of if you counterpick against him.
Yeah, get him onto a champion that you know you can neutralize at the very least. But there has been a little bit of focus on some of those more esoteric champion picks that have shown up big for these respective teams. Pretender draws a Vex ban, and I think he might be one of the few that's earned it.
I definitely agree. I feel like his Vex is, I would say, the best Vex that we've seen so far, but unfortunately for Frank Esports, their only wins have actually came on the more standard champions, like the Orianna, which he currently has not died on yet. So just to throw that out there.
That was despite the Vex, too. I mean, Pretender, he's had some style plays, but okay, DCG playing around a little bit after that Ahri first pick. We do see the Jinx lock in for Cascada. It has been his most played, as a number of AD carries. But they definitely flashed that Kai'Sa for a second. I would almost be surprised to see Nesty play the Kai'Sa mid. As we said, he's the utility player, but they get the good old Hecarim to pair up with it. It's another comfortable champion for Hana. So far, so good on the DCG draft. Frank Esports already locking in their mid very early in this one. Let's see what they add to it. Zyra also available.
Yeah, I feel like Frank Esports are at a crossroads. They need to decide if their identity is playing around Pretender, or are they going to just full in and commit to MNM? Because those play styles are very divergent from each other. In terms of what has been successful, Frank Esports, in terms of their W's, have came from the MNM strategy, where they play more supportive, coming from the mid lane, try to play front to back, control, and utility coming in from Kurt. But from the eye test, what seems to be stronger is actually Pretender playing more lane dominant champions, and for Kurt to play something that isn't Gnar. But
yeah, I don't like this. Blind Gnar is bad at the best of times. If your name isn't Hanabi, just don't do it. But I mean, I think the signals at Frank are they're afraid of Kurt getting stomped by Leaky, and I think rightly so. And that's a Rumble pick. Oh boy, fire up the grill, Clement. I think we're in for some barbecue.
Yeah, that's a really interesting one. We have seen some Rumbles go into the top lane. Personally, I actually still like Rumble mid a little bit more.
It could be. It is Nesty.
It definitely could be. As a Rumble mid, you have more lanes that you can pressure. You could just push wave and leave lane, head for bot side, and barbecue some people, get down a kill. It's also very strong with decimating smash, as you can kind of control where the enemy is going and keep them on the equalizer for a little bit longer. But we'll find out later in the draft. For Frank, they're already giving up on the top side. Blind pick Gnar means, basically no ability to control that side. What they should be thinking about is a strong jungler. No jungler has been banned just yet, and there are very strong options like Xin Zhao and Rek'Sai still on the table, where we have seen Beyond Gaming just go for that combo. Very easy to chain knock up into Charm with the Rek'Sai there. So I would expect that to be kind of the main two picks, as DCG target the bottom lane first.
Yeah. Ooh. Okay. The Renata ban I think actually makes sense against Deep Cross, especially when you have a team that can go a little bit deep like this. Woody's kind of been one of the only supports that's really made it work super effectively. But whoa, that's a little bit of a switch up, as we have. Oh man, I honestly was not expecting this today, but it was flashed, it was hovered, but the Seraphine comes in.
We've been waiting for this the entire split. From the
snoozing, man.
Yeah, from week one, we've actually seen the Seraphine being flashed, and I just want to mention that the Seraphine roam has been actually quite strong. If you fully stack up her passive, she can give you an instant route. So there is some potential that it could be played in a roaming fashion. I still think this is likely just a support and for a wombo combo-ish Seraphine, but we could see where this one goes, as we do have more engage being provided by Frank Esports, a very strong roam squad coming out for Frank, and it does seem like they have decided to go with the Pretender route. This is playing more towards his strength, lockdown into charm kills, more skirmish oriented, and not so much for the 5v5.
Yeah, a little risky too. You do need to get him ahead, but that is something Pretender has been able to do. Nesty not as known for those more dominant playstyles, and that's an Alistair luck, and so we are going to get this. This is a mid lane Seraphine for the roams. Oh, Nesty, what can't you do?
Oh boy, this is gonna be so fun here. I'll be honest, I haven't seen a lot of the Seraphine mid, but definitely is an interesting pick. Just with the wombo combos here, you're definitely looking at something like Encore, Equalizer, Onslaught of Shadows. There are so many ways to chain these abilities together that I feel like Frank are forced to play in these small numbers 3v3 skirmishes. They have no chance taking a 5v5. They're just gonna get completely destroyed. So the windows of which Frank can navigate, I think, are fairly narrow, and they're not usually compositions we associate them playing.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really tough test for Frank. You know, even with just looking at the nameplates before the draft, that was obviously going to be the case. But I think for this squad, it's kind of on them to prove that they can execute at this level. Remember, this is the team that came together at the last minute to form a squad into the PCS. They really didn't have a lot of time to practice on stage. We saw them building their synergy up week over week and improving. This is kind of like the final boss of team comps for them, though. If they can execute this, if they can beat DCG, it would be quite an eye-opener here, Clement. And Deep Cross, on their part, you know, they're right back to the shenanigans. They're showing some interesting stuff, adding a little bit of flavor to this mix. And, well, let's just say that's a bit of a spicy hot pot we got going in that 5v5.
Definitely is. I would say the polite way is the spicy hot pot. I like to call it the pyre, which is feels a lot more painful to me.
Ooh, just a little bit. I mean, well, to be fair, you spend enough time at Heidi Lau, it's going to feel the same way. No, I kid. I love it. Anyways, it's an interesting composition. I love the Deep Cross are always keeping us guessing. I feel like that's the type of thing that will carry you in the 5v5s. But we'll have to see. I am actually taking a look at what we've seen this season out of Seraphine. And I got to be honest with you, Clement, it's not a lot. In the top leagues, it's like 2 games, and neither of them are mid. So this might be a world first here on season 12. I'm just saying it, and it would be Nesty.
Yeah, we did see it a little bit when she first came out, but after a lot of her AP ratios nerfed, we didn't get that much of a Seraphine flavor. We know that she's very strong in siege situations. She can basically clear the entire wave, and you can actually chain her Encore up with your allies. If it goes past a target, it actually extends the range even further. So we could see that being used with Onslaught of Shadows quite well. I expect if DCG ever group up as 5, they're just going to drop their ults and dunk on the opposition. So Frank can never allow DCG to group up. I feel like the big thing for Frank, the most critical point for Frank this game is K2's initiative. Can he actually find those solo ganks in lane and in the enemy jungle? He does have the Xayah versus Jinx matchup, which when we have seen this matchup, it does favor the Xayah a little bit because of the serrated Dirk build earlier. So there are some windows for K2 to start in roam, but he has to make use of that. And I'll be honest, I feel like that has not really been K2's strength. He's been much more of a team fight oriented, kind of stay around and protect Eminem type of support. So this is going to be a huge test. If Frank want to win, they have to win through K2.
Yeah. Now, for Eminem's side, I do worry a little less for him because he has a slightly favored matchup and the experience, despite Kriskata being, you know, strong, if not the contender for Rookie of the Split so far. I do think Eminem is one of those AD carries that shouldn't have as much trouble trying to hold his own here, as Kurt nearly stepped a little too dangerously far forward, but does not end up face-checking into the brush as we get underway. The minor shenanigans from Deep Cross, but it will be about this mid lane to watch early on and seeing what Nesty can do. He might be out of the mid lane pretty quickly, but a couple of pop stars facing off against one another. I'm sure the lights will be shining soon enough.
Yeah, we have seen the Seraphine kind of roam around in solo queue as a Smite top laner, but obviously after the objective goals have been patched, we might not be seeing that as much. Taking a look at the matchup, Kurt just getting a lot of free damage put on him. This matchup is pretty hard for Gnar to play early on. You just get pushed in nonstop by the Rumble.
He has Ignite too.
Yeah, it's a very
It's gonna be a
dangerous level 6
bloodbath
combo. But I will say that we have seen top lane Rumbles just completely get destroyed as well. He's a champion that does not escape very well. So you can easily just dunk on him with the Jarvan, and that's why most of the times I still prefer Rumble in the mid lane. In fact, if you think about most recently, Rumble mid lane players, I would say Doiby is probably one of the most prolific ones, or Scout, and they're mid laners. In mid lane, when you have a shorter lane, it's a lot easier to survive with that pick. So we'll see if Holo might try to exploit that.
There are openings for Frank to try and make a splash in this early game. And they do want to try and snowball. I think Pretender also could go on a lot of roams himself, right? I mean, once Ahri hits 6, that you do have that opportunity opened up to you a little more, and we'll have to see. Ward coverage not super deep as Hana starts off on his red buff, and would expect the Pony to show a little bit later than the Jarvan. It's always possible that Holo goes in early, but, Holo, I think even in the Boom Esports days, we didn't really see as many early engages. He was, when he was sharing a little bit of time on the Rift, he was much more of that team fight tank engage champion, not the ganker. So I hope he can, you talked about K2 getting involved and roaming around the map. I kind of hope Holo can do the same.
For sure, but, I just wanted to point out that, junglers are always expected to kind of roam around, but supports, for them, it's a little bit more situational. And that's why I put more of the onus on K2 this game.
That's true.
To really try and show up here. In the meantime, we do have a pretty standard start. I feel like this favors DCG a little bit more because their bot lane really isn't falling behind at this juncture just yet. And because the cover from Hana, Leaky just gets to free bully Kurt to his heart's desire. They know at this point that Holo is on the bottom side of the map. There is no real danger here for the Rumble pushing in, and if Kurt falls low enough, it could just be a decimating charge into kill here. He needs to preserve HP right now. He cannot walk up to this wave. Electro Harpoon, just one more rotation, and he is in danger of just getting killed.
Kurt's job is definitely staying safe right now, and the moment he sees Leaky turn to walk up, he's got to be a bit careful. Keep an eye on the other lanes as well. It continues to trade pretty evenly here, and I think for Frank's bottom lane, they'll be pretty happy with that. Meanwhile, in the mid, Pretender does get rooted up, and Hana actually moves in, but a quick charm from the Frank mid laner stops that engage. Nicely done.
And this is the Hana special. When Hana goes to Nesty's lane, it's not actually called taxing. It's called freeing up. He allows Nesty to roam across the map with him. He rides on the magical pony, and they find kills together, like a roaming hit squad.
He goes down the bot. Ooh, nice hook though. Woody threads the needle, or excuse me, K2 threads the needle onto Kriskata, and he's going down for first blood. Hana caught in the midst, and he's trying to run away, but flashing forward, the double kill for Eminem, and Frank could not have hoped for a better counter engage.
I did not expect anything to happen right there. Oh, and he gets another one.
They're not done. Oh, Woody's gonna walk it out, but wow, what a turn.
We were asking for K2 to show up, and he showed up huge in that play right there. It was a 3v3 with the wave pushing in. I did not expect that hook to be able to catch onto Kriskata. Woody was doing his due diligence, but it was played even better by K2. You do get a bigger hitbox on the end of the hook. A lot of experienced Nautilus players will attest to that, and they can basically bend bullets around character models right there. Beautiful play from K2, right in front of the eyes of Hana. They even knew Hana was going bot lane. Like, there was nowhere else Hana was going to be, and they were still willing to pull the trigger on that. Just great stuff.
Yeah, match pressure really well, and wow. Frank Esports, we talked about how they were going to be playing around Pretender, but they certainly were able to play well around Eminem. Experienced bot laner, beating out Kriskata in that play. Of course, Kriskata already set a little far behind in the beginning, and critically, even Eminem picking up both of those kills on that one allows him to buy the serrated Dirk pretty early in this game, and he's going to be a pretty big threat. That does free up the chance for K2 to roam about a bit. Just goes and gets a ward down, I believe. And we'll have to see what he's able to do, but a good start.
Yeah, really nicely done from K2. And at this point in the 2v2, there realistically should be no way that Cascada and Woody can ever win this anymore. So I really like the pathing here from K2. He wards up the jungle first. They get the tempo to push this one in. They don't have to back just quite yet. And, you know, this is just such a comfortable position to be for their bot lane. They can decide to push it out whenever they want to. And you have to remember, DCG Cascada doesn't have any of his summoners. So level 6 into Cataclysm, that's just an insta-kill. There's just no difficulty in that whatsoever. This is just an amazing position, and I really want to commend K2. You know, I kind of had a lot of doubts in him. He's proving me wrong.
There's going to be the engage right there coming in, but the charm does
Nessie
land.
does
Holo
come in first.
gets taken down, and DCG, they kind of closed the bait around the trap themselves.
Yeah, critically there, what we saw was Nesty was able to get to the scene a lot earlier than Pretender was able to. So they closed the trap first and get the kill onto Holo before anyone on Frank Esports unfortunately can react. K2 was in position, but they didn't have vision in the blue brush, and then they just didn't see Nesty, so they were actually just caught off guard.
Oh yeah, seriously, it seemed like the setup was going to look so great for them, but a nice turnaround there at the end of the day. And all right, setting things back into this, it's a slim gold lead for Frank Esports, 7.5 minutes, but pushing their luck a little bit too deep on that one. Speaking of push, you see a pretty big one going down bottom. M&M and K2 are just giving Cascada a hard time, still trying to take advantage of the window of opportunity they have. I wouldn't be surprised if Holo comes down there before level 6.
Yeah, you really want to get there. Ooh.
Oh, they find Woody. Yeah. Oh, looking to lead him here. That's going to be the Featherstorm, but Cascada untouched in this. Got to be a bit careful. Doesn't have 6 yet. And here comes the dive, Clement. Cascada knows it's coming. Holo waiting. Can't quite get the opener, and he'll walk it out. But this should be a few plates.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful stuff coming in from Frank Esports. Again, you see how Jarvan plays this one really nicely. I love it when junglers just show up the lane and preemptively push the wave for their mid laners. It makes so much sense. You can just free your mid laners. That a little bit of CS doesn't really matter. You make sure you get ahead on the roams. They get another good kill here, another play, and also start out on the objectives right now. So I think for DCG, they can't really play around this bot lane anymore. The difference is already there. 3 kills down. The Jinx has to just find an open lane to farm at this point. So what DCG should try to do is, in my estimation, they should try to crack up top lane, bounce the wave, and get Cascada on the lane to farm it. So at the end of the day, a lot of these champions, both the Rumble and the Seraphine, they do have a bit of an expiration date. They're not your kind of true carries. You still need Jinx to deal most of the damage here. So you still need an open lane for her to farm, and I think most likely DCG will be looking for probably just kill on top lane, get the tower, swap.
Yeah, really good though, Frank, to focus on getting that one behind, and the dives have been well executed. The counter engages have been great. Definitely big ups to K2 and Holo for stepping up this game so far. Got to remember what these teams are fighting for, right? They may both be locked into playoffs, but DCG, they're hoping to stiff arm the competition away from that second place seed and a bye in the first round of playoffs. But with J-Team a game behind and CFO starting to creep up with a win already, that's not going to be so easy. And for Frank Esports, they're trying to get themselves a 6th seed, which would dodge the losers bracket in round 1. So far, making a strong play for it here off the back of a fed Xayah. M&M really showing experience, trumping early game talent from Cascada this game. Not all his fault, of course, but really, really good coordination on the Frank Esports side. Not something we see every game.
And I honestly feel like Frank Esports can all in on this bottom lane so easily. If you look at the top side, Leaky is not running teleport. So there is no defensive help coming in as long as you shove the Seraphine in and you keep good tabs of her. I really wonder when DCG are going to pull the trigger on the top side. I feel like that's their only play, but right now they are very focused on trying to keep their bottom side just alive a little bit longer, which is interesting. I think the problem with this play overall, though, is it does give opportunities for Frank Esports to just roam their support. Like, there is no pressure on K2 right now. He can leave his lane whenever he wants to. DCG have to play just all the time, just considering that K2 is in that bottom lane. And what this will allow K2 to do is, if he has the spider senses, it could allow him to just head towards the top lane and counteract this gank that Hana is setting up.
All right. Kurt, let's see if his own spider senses are as good right now. Oscillating a little bit here. That should be the spot. There we go. Good ward coverage, and before it gets neutralized, Kurt knows what's going on. The game is given away, and Holo starts to move up towards that top. Meanwhile, K2 in the mid, they're not going to be able to get much of a push off as Nesty clears a good chunk of the way, but Pretender gets a few chip shots on the tower, and things stay nice and slow here. Clement, a 500 gold lead plus the Dragon. All of the kills on M&M.
And I do expect Nesty to go for the Luden still, because he is losing massively in terms of wave clear at this point. And also, Seraphine's not a champion that can really venture out into the wave. So wave clear will be important. And here's the big push. You know, this is completely expected from DCG. The only question really is what Frank Esports can get on the bottom side of the map in the meantime. Or they're actually going to try and defend. Huh?
Kurt's building a Narbar here. I mean, it's possible. Holo coming up. So I guess they peel Shelly off, and all right. Not so bad. No dive coming in.
I don't think they want to take the 2v2 necessarily.
But it's a 2v1! Taking advantage of the timing, forcing out Hana's ultimate in a trade for Holos.
Oh no, the TP.
And a teleport out of Nesty. Oh, it's so free.
Now the bot lane is truly on their own. I feel like Kriskana and Woody are probably the two champions on the map right now that are completely shivering. We get a good trade here by Leaky.
Okay, alright. Turns on the afterburners there as Kurt's forced to walk away. Once this Narbar's spent, gotta be careful. It does look like Frank are going to use this pressure advantage to at least crack a plate in mid, but Nesty got back really fast here. Something worth noting, of course, is teleport timers he's not as worried about. He's running the unsealed spellbook this game.
I'm still waiting for that big play to happen. Another great thing about the swap for DCG is that Rumble can clear the wave a lot easier than Gnar can. In the 1v2, he just drops the equalizer, he'll farm it, and the cooldown is so short on that ultimate. You can basically use it, I believe, every 4 waves, or maybe even 3 waves. So it'd be very simple for them to kind of swap and just defend this. I'm a little bit surprised that they're not they're actually full committing for the second Drake. This is a wombo combo situation, but in my eyes, if I'm Frank Esports, I'm not venturing into this. I'm perfectly happy to just stay top lane.
I think this might be a little bit of anxiety here for Deep Cross. They might be feeling a little desperate as this starts.
It's a great
Woody
move,
waits
but
around the side.
Frank should not be going mid.
That's the knock-in. Oh, Pretender. He could be caught out. Does manage to get relatively to safety, but no, the round 2, K2 fancies his chances, and a big Feather Storm comes in. Hana is the one isolated, rooted up, and he's going down as the rocket gets revenge. Both junglers drop.
Wow, it seemed like such a good start from DCG, but they don't actually land any of the critical crowd control onto Pretender. They get the knockback, and that's it. Pretender's still able to dodge out and even get a couple members with the Everfrost right there, and then M&M is able to close up on the trap. So DCG commits so much, and they get nothing for it. Well, watch this again. I was a little bit worried for Frank Esports. I felt like this was a fight that wasn't necessarily worth taking. Nearly turns out really poorly for them, but just look at this ultimate coverage. They don't actually find that wombo combo on the same target. In fact, I don't think they should have blown the equalizer. They need the equalizer for M&M. Pretender's not going to kill your whole team, but M&M will.
Yeah, I feel like it was a bit scuffed on that account. Frank, though, I mean, that whole thing, they probably could have seeded it. They probably could have walked away with it. At the end of the day, nobody ends up getting the dragon until just now, when in the aftermath, Holo was able to take it. So I guess you could call it in the long run a bit worth, even if it is a flip for Shelly. And I can't believe it. We've got 3 for 3 on the Hex Gates today.
Well, I'm always happy to cast Hex Tech Drakes and Infernal Drakes. I just love the Hexgate mechanic. It's so fun. It creates so many opportunities for flanking angles. And
good skirmishes too.
Yeah, there's a lot of times where you can tell that players are still not used to thinking about hex gates, and they just got caught off of guard. We saw that in our previous game with MFT, just getting kind of surprised when people showed up in their own jungle. So definitely a more entertaining Drake, in my opinion.
I absolutely agree. I think it adds a lot of fun and flavor. Not at all like the Drake that must not be named, of course. Doesn't exist anymore. Doesn't matter.
All right,
but all right, for sure. As we get into this one, I think the thing that's impressed me about Frank is they have shown an understanding of what they need to do in the early game, and I want to see if they can take that forward here, because, as you mentioned, there is a bit of an expiration date here for Leaky and Nesty's effectiveness, and a lot of it's going to be on Cascada. There is still that pop-off chance for Jinx, but at the moment, you're kind of fishing for as much farm as possible, and Eminem still can bully. There's a reason the Xayah has kind of come in vogue here. It is a Mythic versus Mythic at the very least, but the Manamune already completed 2, so there is a window to work with. There is a lot of possibility. We've also seen Kurt play a lot safer this game. I think that's an important thing. Kurt has had an underwhelming debut in PCS, but this game, I think he understands what he needs to do. It's okay to lose lane as long as you're still effective in the team fights, or rather the skirmishes.
Definitely is the case here, and they are grouping up for a big siege and just kind of a bot side trade, but there is a Herald here, so I don't think you can actually trade. I feel like Frank Esports are actually forced to respond to this one, though. Unfortunately, not a very good Herald drop, as it loses way too much tower HP. You ideally want to take the tower a little bit lower. They lost the Herald on the first one, and that just means that Ahri doesn't have to come back. Ahri's perfectly happy with that, so a little bit scuffed on DCG again. Yeah,
Pretender keeps getting free farm on this, for sure. This is actually a really good swing for Frank, as there was so much commitment to try and keep the push going or dive onto Kurt that just gets completely negated. It's just free damage on that top tier too. So Frank, I mean, understanding what they can get away with a lot better, in DCG maybe showcasing some nerves here.
Oh yeah, this would be massive if they actually drop a game to someone not named PSG. It would be a huge shock to their reputation, I would say. And unfortunately, DCG in that trade, because they dropped the Herald a little bit too early, they lose it on the first tower, and they make a completely futile roam into the bottom side, when they could have been pressuring mid lane a lot more. So you could see the ripple effects from that, the vision in the red jungle there from Frank Esports. Doesn't really do much. Frank are able to hold out, and the question here for DCG is a lot of times they're going to be losing farm. Seraphine doesn't really have a place to farm anymore. This is the problem of playing sort of Nesty support-ive champions, is that you get caught on the side lane, you're just dead. So
yeah, Leaky needs to do more, but speaking of getting caught on the side lanes, gonna go ahead and burn that rocket belt. He is out to safety, that's fine, but Frank definitely taking advantage of a timing window and pushing them back and away. Yeah, I mean, not only would it be huge for Deep Cross's gaming reputation, not in a good way, if they lose this one, but playoff implications are pretty huge here. Nice combo from Pretender that's going to zone Leaky away. Yeah, if Deep Cross lose this, they're tied with J-Team for second place.
Oh. Yeah, that would be absolutely massive, and Woody gets caught here again, so DCG not able to brute force through the ramp right there means that Frank Esports get full vision control over the next Drake.
Yeah, this is massive right now. Drake stack building as well for Frank Esports. They already have the first 2 in the game. Hana clearly wants to find an angle. Of course, his team not in a position to respond. Kurt pulls off the side lane. 23 seconds. It's the zoning game for Frank here. How well can they hold their nerve?
To put a couple feathers on that ramp, that's probably the most effective way of dissuading people from coming down there. We have one more wave, and we do have a flank by Hana. This could be huge.
Yeah, an Onslaught of Shadows makes a big difference. If they didn't spot this, and I don't think they did, still fishing for a pick here. Kurt's not in the picture at the moment. He actually does step back and away for just a sec. They are pinging. They know he's missing.
Kurt and his Mega Gnar bar are a little bit tragic here, so he's not going to have any Mega Gnar for this Drake. And DCG get river access.
Okay, Kurt, he flanks the flanker. Level advantage on Hana. Would he? Okay, he's going to be able to walk away, but that is the opener as they flee into the safety of their own jungle. Kurt on the Narbar. There's going to be a charm. Peeled away. Oh, this Dragon Dance is tense here, Clement. Kurt's trying to build it up as fast as he can. Getting isolated from his team, but getting very, very close to getting the pop. And Dragon resets. DCG 50-50 dancing around it as they try to keep this one going.
Really nice Seraphine poke coming out from Nesty. Holo also taking the dragon way too long. Here's the Wombo.
That's going to be K2. And does that big combo as the Onslaught of Shadows tries to secure it. Dragon does get smited by Hana, but M&M is running wild. Although Nesty manages to get 2 kills back, and all things considered, Deep Cross trade even, pick up the Drake, and if they can walk away with this one and maybe some more, oh, they're looking pretty good. Deep Cross Gaming get away with murder.
Whew, an incredibly close fight going down here, but Deep Cross Gaming, in the end, they do pick up the objective and trade blow for blow with the kills. I just feel like Frank misplayed their hand a little bit. I feel like they started the Drake a bit too early, took way too much damage from the Hextech Drake, and did allow DCG to kind of walk in and establish a zone of control. I also didn't see Meganar being used here from the side of Frank, so we'll see once again how he tries to maneuver this one, but it was a really nice job keeping away the targets with the equalizer. Let's see if Kurt gets his Mega Gnar down. I didn't see it the first time around in the team fight. It was a good flash around, good ultimate.
He is stun locked for days.
Kurt doesn't get the ultimate down? Oh, wow.
No.
He actually just doesn't get it. Okay.
Yeah.
I was wondering where it went.
He got CC'd for like most of that fight. That was actually really good on Deep Cross's side.
Yeah. He was in melee range and couldn't ult. That was actually very impressive.
Yeah. Feels bad, man. But yeah, really good fighting from Deep Cross. Gets them back a little bit on the board. They end the Drake stack, so slows this game down a little bit and buys them a bit of time. And also Nesty picks up 2 kills.
Yeah, and this is an interesting build coming in from him. A much more late game oriented build from the side of the Encore. So it really isn't one of those builds that I thought would sort of decrease in damage. I was thinking about Ludens maybe for the earlier wave clear, but he's really eyeing onto the late game portions of the match, knowing that the early game was probably lost already. And it kind of makes sense considering the flow of the game.
Yeah, Nesty as a player, I think, while he's very unorthodox on the champions he chooses, he certainly knows how to mix it up when he needs to, and I think you got to give credit to the man for that. He may not always be the most effective on everything, but he finds a way to make the most of the situation he's in, and that flexibility is something very important, serves Deep Cross Gaming well. For Frank Esports, disappointing to have lost out on that fight, or lost out on that Drake, I should say. Not for lack of trying, though, and there's still the threat of M&M to be reckoned with. I mean, all things considered, he is able to complete the Muramana and still has an item lead, a full item lead, I should say, over the Jinx. There is a window of opportunity to act here with the Sereldas as well. So I think Frank may be going back to the drawing board a little bit, but they do have a superior map control. Yep. Baron, of course, starts to become a pretty big objective. But, of course, there is the Dragon once again in about 2 minutes to be contended with. And I think it's a bit of a holding pattern till then.
Critically, I don't think Frank Esports actually got enough out of their superior lanes. If you think about the kills, they're only 2 up, and a lot of them didn't come onto Pretender. I think Ahri is the most critical piece in this composition where you can't really take a straight-up 5v5. I think on open terrain, 5v5 is a disaster for Frank Esports against DCG. The Wombo combo is way too powerful, so they still need Ahri to be fed and to have kill threat on some of these side lanes. I think in that regard, Frank Esports do need to worry, and because the side lane pressure isn't there, Deep Cross Gaming are able to just sit mid with all of their combo pieces together, which is very dangerous.
Yeah, Frank want to try to pull that engage. It could end very poorly for them right now. Frank might want to have his teleport button ready quickly. You see Leaky actually rotating back into mid. He's going to back away as this push ends. And yeah, Frank, they're unsure of how to proceed right now. Time is ticking as they look for this dragon setup once again, but it didn't end so well for them last time. A little indecisiveness. They have a little bit more damage to play with as well, but unfortunately, this is one of the issues of the blue side, is you kind of expose yourself a bit more to the enemy team, depending on how you approach this dragon.
If you're on the blue side, you definitely need to be in river and control that banana brush, as the Holo is doing right here.
They'd love to break this mid lane, but it's just so well defended right now.
Yep.
17 seconds, a bit early to set up, but Frank are here. Kurt needs to build his Narbar.
So what DCG should be doing is they should just be using Woody as a spearhead. He's not going to die walking down a ramp, and he could counter-engage quite easily as well. However, they all need to be on the same page, on the same side going in, and they also need to hold their combo pieces. They cannot drop everything at the same time, especially not on K2. They really need to have the pieces going towards Eminem.
Okay, Hana zooms around, doesn't find the opening. Dragon is live. It is getting aggroed. Keep an eye on Kurt's Narbar once again, although he wasn't able to use his ultimate last time. That could be the difference maker. It's going to be up to a smite fight, you'd have to think here. Some shields taken. Here it comes. Into the onslaught. That's going to be smited down by Frank Esports, and now the fight is on. A massive Gnar by Kurt, and that absolutely swings it. Frescata walks away, but holy moly, not for long. Dash into the charm, Orb of Deception, and a beautiful ace, cleanly by Frank.
Last team fight, I was questioning where did Kurt's ultimate go. There are no questions this time around. A beautiful 3-man slam into the Cataclysm. We'll watch this again and critically look at Eminem's positioning right here. He's actually staying on the left side of the fight. And what did I say beforehand? You need your combo pieces on Eminem. They cannot go on anywhere else. They went for K2, the support. Everyone else just opens up on the members of DCG, and they get a perfect ace, plus the Drake, plus the Baron in that fight. I just feel like DCG misplayed that so completely wrong. What they needed to do is that they needed to push past the ramp and hold their ultimate pieces to drop on Eminem. You cannot use your resources on anyone else.
Absolutely not. And it bit them hugely in the behind. Eminem stays safe. Even Hana's ultimate gets stiff-armed for the most part as they went up the ramp. And just such a beautiful swing. When Kurt wasn't stun-locked, he was able to do it. And now he's going to get himself some revenge, even into the charm. He still forces Nesty away. May not be able to push this in for the tower, but he doesn't need to right now. They can just keep it going. Everything's coming up, Frank, and this is massive for the playoff picture right now. If Frank win this, they get such a big edge in the fight for 6th place. And Deep Cross opened the floodgates with the loss here for not only J-Team to try and get that second, but even more teams, as here comes the revenge pickup. They try to find Pretender. Hana doesn't have the follow-up, and Eminem just sticks him full of feathers. The push fails, and Deep Cross are cowed.
Boy, that was another failed engage right here. They didn't have Seraphine's ultimate, and Leaky was too far away. He doesn't even, he does drop the equalizer, but to very little effect. The Wombo Combo team is falling apart, and at this point, both Kurt and Pretender can go into the side lanes. There is no answer from DCG.
Almost 30 minutes in, Frank are looking to close this out. They've got to be feeling oh so good about their postseason chances. K2 goes in. It's all a bait to try and delete Woody off the map, and they do it. Unfortunately, the Rocket gets revenge as they take down K2, but Frescata is going to have a lot of work ahead of him to try and save this. He's been set behind almost all this game in the 4v4. Here goes Pretender. Tags in to Holo. Flashes backing away. A little bit dangerous there. You have to get out. And now the charge comes in onto the Gnar, but he shoves Hana right back and away. That's going to be one and done on the inhibitors.
What a massive swing from Frank Esports. We're talking about them holding only 2,000 gold ahead 5 minutes back into the game, and now they're already over 10,000 gold ahead. That's just how big of a swing that was in a single team fight. And I really feel like DCG are running out of options to engage right here, because Frank have the option to just never fight a 5v5. They can just keep on pulling people around, the base is open, you're threatening your top lane inhibitor. The only way that Frank Esports could throw this game is if they group up in a Baron pit and get decimated by Equalizer.
No, we have seen that. Not against the Equalizer, but we have seen Frank throwing games, and at the Baron pit as well. So never say never, but right now it's looking very good for this new squad.
Definitely true here. I just say that because Frank we have seen, unfortunately, a lot of the times them in strong winning positions, and then they just walk into terrible team fights without a very clear picture of how they want to finish the fight. So that has
the end of this is a challenge.
Yes, it's going to be really scary, and I'm not sure I like their current positioning right here, because they are opening themselves up to a lot of threat. There isn't an inhibitor mid, so DCG can choose not to respond to what's going on against Kurt here.
Okay, try to play him at distance. Holo doesn't want to go into this one. They do take down the tower, and they actually do want to engage it. They've landed a root into a charm onto the Alistair. Woody just takes some chip damage there, and he's going to lock it out.
Does lose his ultimate, though. That's huge.
That is big, actually. And now they go in for round 2. This time they find the Jinx, and that has got to open the floodgates here as Eminem with a legendary kill into a double. K2 might fall, but I think this might be curtains for Deep Cross Gaming. Our second place squad, Leaky, running for the hills, and there is nowhere for him to go. No flash, scrap shield, doesn't matter. Holo takes him down.
I'm sorry, Woody. That was just way too funny. Woody saves himself but throws the game as he exposes Kriskata to a point-blank charm. He dies with both summoners up, and Frank just walked into the base without facing any resistance. Only the supports are left.
Nesty goes gold for a couple of seconds right now, and Kurt is going to knock him right back into his own Nexus. Even though Woody comes up, I think it's too late to save the game between him and Hana trying to keep this one going. It does look like Frank aren't going to end unless they have the opener. Kriskata comes back off cooldown, and they're still going to make a fight of it right now if they can, but they've caught Woody once again into the wombo of the combo. As the last Nexus turret falls, Frank Esports have to be grinning from ear to ear as they look to take down Deep Cross, the first team they have ever defeated at the top of the table.
A beautiful match from Frank Esports. The best team fighting we have seen them play the entire split. And that was the question we were asking. Is Frank Esports just a run-of-the-mill, middle-of-the-table team that no one should pay attention to? Or do they have potential? Are they a dark horse? And I think we see a glimmer of hope, a spark there for Frank Esports. You can tell that they needed this win. Holo can't believe it. The best game K2 has played all split. Just hands down, massive support diff right there. I'm so happy for this team. I'm so happy for Frank Esports that they actually made their strong bot lane, their Eminem workout. They actually showcased what K2 could do, that he deserves to take a spot sometimes over a Rebirth. And, you know, this just makes the playoff picture so much more spicy.
Ooh, it really does here, Clement. Frank Esports claiming a victory. And, you know, you talked about K2 having a great game. I think Kurt had a pretty great game, too. I mean, he was in a losing lane. He didn't let himself just get bodied. Sure, he lost out on some of that farm. And when it counted, those Gnar ultimates were big. So here's that painful final play.
Close your eyes, close your eyes.
Oh no, boy. Woody! The betrayal! Yeah, it was over at that point.
Yeah. Can we just say support diff? Support diff.
I think so. I think so. It was like. Yeah. Keep in mind, there were like 2 or 3 support bans thrown at Woody as well. This was calculated by Frank. They wanted to put him on a champion that they knew they'd be able to outplay. But yeah, huge kudos to the bot lane. I think overall Frank understood the win condition. And yeah, there were moments that they kind of gave a little bit away there, but. Overall, I mean, this was one of the better games from them that I think we've seen in the sense of macro and sense of individual execution on some of the weaker players. And this was another one of those games where Deep Cross got forced into playing things that may not have been optimal. Like, I feel like the Seraphine was okay.
Let's be honest.
Didn't do that much, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the main issue was still how badly they lost the bot lane. That definitely was a huge reason why the picture fell apart. If their bot lane stayed even, if they, in my opinion, if they swapped earlier and actually allowed the game to just be split map instead of constantly trying to save their bottom lane, they would have been better off. They would have been able to keep farm onto the top side. Leaky, where they were still winning, Leaky could do fine in the weak lane. He has Equalizer, and he's also up by 30 CS. He can actually just wave clear with 2 abilities, so it would have been completely fine if they were willing to pull that off a little bit earlier, and then use the Herald. The Herald push was also a huge tempo waste, in my opinion. They lost the Herald on the first tower. It really diminished their chances to set up a full 5-man turret siege. And that's exactly what they wanted. If you're going down the mid lane, all the members of Frank Esports would have had to been in a defensive zone, a very, very small corridor, and you just unload with all your ammunition on them. That's the best scenario for for DCG. They don't manage to do that, and the team fight play was just kind of questionable. A lot of the times they just did not focus onto Eminem, and both times they lost coming into the Drake pit, they just I think they just prematurely blew all of their ultimates on non-essential members. They just wanted to kill K2.
We never saw the onslaught encore equalizer, right? Like, we were really looking for that, like, laid down layer over layer to get the kills, to get the zone, to just stack so much damage, and it just never really came out. And I think this was an unusual situation from Deep Cross, because normally we see them a little bit better coordinated than that. We see them, even when they aren't getting ahead early in the game, they always seem to have a decent comeback, with the exception of, you know, maybe when Nestes get set far behind. But here it was. I mean, Frank kept them at arm's length enough, and they found the fight when it counted, and it was them who had the better 5v5, Clement.
It definitely was. I want to give so much kudos to K2. The way he played these fights was absolutely beautiful. In the third Drake fight as well, he actually walked up the ramp, dodged most of the AoE ability, even though the entire team was aiming at him for some reason. I don't know why you aim at K2. And then he just throws the death charge, locks everyone down. Eminem comes in and just finishes off the fight. The choreography of this fight was just so beautiful. MVP, of course, has to go to Eminem for his damage dealing abilities, but I want to say, again, I feel like this was the best game that we have seen from K2 the entire split.
Absolutely agreed, and it couldn't be happening at a better time for this team as they are looking to head into the playoffs, and this win does so much more for this team, not just a confidence booster and proof that they can tangle with the top teams, but also, in light of what happened earlier with MFT losing against CTBC Flying Oyster, this puts them a game up over that squad rather than tying. And if Impunity lose too, it starts to look a lot better for the side of Frank Esports to try and secure that number 6 seed. It is still within their grasp, Clement. It is very, very possible. And I'm liking what we're seeing towards the end of the split.
Yeah. Remember, between those 3 teams, 2 of them have to start in the lower bracket. Only the 6th place team gets to get 1 round ahead. And so far, Frank are in the lead.
Absolutely. All right. Well, that was definitely a big surprise for us, and I'm happy to see it, but we are going on cooldown. When we come back, we will see Beyond Gaming taking on Sem9.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Our family.
Wake up in a different room. Mascara on the pillow. Midnight, flowers bloom. Never on the down low. When you play with fire, when you mess with something out of control, you're a cheating liar, and you're gonna get burned. When you fan the flames, when you spark the fuse and set it alight, you know the game, a knife to a gunfight. In a heartbeat, did I make you crazy? Did you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no more. I'll leave my teardrops on the dance floor. My teardrops on the dance floor. obsessed with something out of control. You're cheating life, and you're gonna get burned. When you fan the flames, when you spark the fuse and set it alight, you know the game, a knife to a gunfight. In a heartbeat, did I make you crazy? Did you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no more. I leave my teardrops on the dance floor. In a heartbeat, did I make you crazy? Did you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no more. I leave my teardrops on the dance floor. My teardrops on the dance floor. the darkness turns to light. No, wait, you feel alive. You're floating in the air. There's lightness everywhere. Watch the stars turn, signals from another place. See the colors burst, lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste. We will elevate. Blowing up the blue skies, journey to a new time. We are traveling on gravity, reaching new horizons. We just keep on rising. We are traveling without gravity. Nothing brings us down. Nothing brings us down. Nothing brings us down.
And welcome back once again to the PCS Spring Split 2022. We have had some twists and turns, some ups and downs here as we've been opening Week 6. I cannot wait to see what these final two games will bring. Oh my goodness, Clement, it is going to be a lot of fun. We've got Beyond Gaming taking on Sem9 up next, but before we do that, I do want to take a moment to thank our lovely sponsors. They are, of course, CTBC Bank and Caliber. Thank you for making the PCS possible. Now, this is a tale of two very different teams right now, Clement. Beyond Gaming have a lot to do in the playoffs ahead and a lot to prove still with the changes they've made to their squad here and the much tougher competition they seem to be facing this time around. For Sem9, it's all for pride, baby. They just want to not go 0-18.
It definitely is. And I would say for Sem9, this is probably the last easy day they get. I say quote-unquote easy because the remaining schedule actually gets even tougher from here as they face CFO and then DCG in the following days. So, Sem9, I'm rooting for you guys. I don't want to see a team go home with a big fat 0. I believe if there is one team that you could potentially do well against, I think Beyond Gaming is one of those teams, because Beyond Gaming themselves don't exactly run the strongest of early games. They do tend to be a little bit slower in heating up, and then they move into 1-3-1s with their assassins. So it does give Sem9 a little bit of cover for what is their biggest weakness, which is they just don't have much of a laning phase.
Yeah, I mean, that's true, right? It is they may have a little bit of breathing room. This may be the best opportunity. In a very weird way, it may be the best shot they've had. At the same time, Beyond Gaming can't really afford to drop one against what will surely be their easiest opponent. They had a very solid 3-0 week last week that included a win in the Battle of the Banks Part 2 to complete their 2-0 against CFO. But here's the thing, Clement. They had a really bad couple of weeks before that, so things are getting a little tough now as they look to close things out, as they'll face PSG and MFT after this. But for the Sem9 side, crystallize this roster here, giving the newer players a little more experience, I think, makes some sense here. Shiramene, Arashi, Lazar, Klaex, and Philia, yet to find a win in these jerseys. We'll see if that changes here today. I mean, what do they attack? What is the plan for this squad? It seems like they've tried so many things here, but we will be comparing the two junglers. And Arashi, of course, no stranger to this stage, having come from Berjaya Dragons last year, has not been able to have the same impact.
I feel like Arashi, in my opinion, is still their best player. He has a very difficult task ahead of him, and what we've seen is that he has to play a very low efficiency game to cover most of his lanes. That is kind of the principal problem you see with generally bottom of the table teams in all regions. It's just laning strength is not there. So if you can't build upon laning strength, the game becomes very weird to play, especially for the junglers. And that's why you see him at such a large experience deficit. A lot of the times he does have to try and go on these weird paths. And what I want to see out of Arashi is, I do want to see if he can play some of those more late game, farm heavy junglers. What we have seen from, funnily enough, Alpha Esports is, if your lanes aren't that strong, then maybe you just play something like a Karthus. You pick up all the farm, and at least you're a viable carry in the late game. So I want to see
that's
Arashi
true.
do that.
Very possible. The ban's being thrown out here as we start things off. That's Zeri's third one on the red side for some 9. But some interesting ones. The early ban of the Zillion comes through, and then, of course, focusing on mid-jungle with the LeBlanc and the Diana. Instant quick pickup for the Jinx, and now we switch over to the Xayah. And Arashi will end up on an engaged jungler on the Xin Zhao. It's actually only his second time on this champion, this split, if you can believe it. But he has been splitting a lot of time with Caspiel, who has been much more of the Xin Zhao player.
So very standard stuff from Sem9. Strong early game coming into the foray. I do expect Beyond Gaming to pick just kind of these snowball champions and fight fire with fire when given the chance. Ahri so far is still Minji's best champion. And outside of that, I do want to mention the Zillion. I want to say sorry to Shiromine. I thought this was a troll pick. I didn't really understand it. But after doing some homework, he's actually a Zillion top main. And he plays this in Korean Masters with over 60% win rate. So that is why it's getting a lot of bans. This is his one trick. And to be honest, we didn't really get to see much of it. It didn't really work out maybe the way he wanted it to. But in solo queue, this is kind of his thing.
Yeah. Well, I think Beyond Gaming are potentially right to consider the solo queue when facing up against the squad, because that is where some of the strength has laid. They will add themselves a couple of assassin-y type of players, type of champions, I should say. The Viego comes in for Husha, as well as Minji on the Ahri, of course. Ahri, far and away his most played champion, looks very comfortable on this one. Has a pretty high win rate on it as well. Has been much more of the assassin type player. That's why he draws things like the Akali Respect ban. On the Sem9 side, they are allowed to have the Lovers duo, so let's see if they pay for it here, as there's a couple of mid lane bans being thrown out at them. The Syndra, the Orianna off the table. Maybe Lazar is going to try to fight fire with fire here, and he does by locking in the Zoe for only the second time this split.
If you're going to go out in a blaze of glory. That's what Sem9 is drafting for. I love these snowbally comps. And to be honest, I feel like Beyond Gaming is not that comfortable fighting super aggressive comps. The way they like to play is actually pretty slow tempo, and then they scale up. You might be reading their comp a lot of their times as reset focused, but I think where Beyond Gaming shines is really in their flanking angles and not necessarily in their laning phases. So this is definitely something that could be exploited by Beyond Gaming, though. We have seen this composition so many times. Reset City with strong lanes all across the board.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a challenge to overcome, but if they can do it, and they're going to pack some solid rocks up top there for Shiromine on the Malphite. Hasn't gotten to play this champion himself, and looking at what Sem9 are going to try to do, they definitely have a lot of explosive potential. They honestly have a pretty decent team fight, I think, off the back of it, if they can pull off that Wombo combo, but they have to deny those resets to do it.
The scary thing is, I feel like Wako is so exposed in this composition. There's almost no cover for him. Nobody's going to be able to withstand shots coming in from Lazar or Shiromine. And the rest of the team, it doesn't have the clearest of identities. I feel like this is purely a sort of skirmish squad from Beyond Gaming. And if they ever group up, I expect them to just get completely blasted by Sem9, at least if they're on even footing.
Yeah, and it's weird to say given nameplates and the situations both teams find themselves in, but you're right. Like, Beyond Gaming have not had the greatest of team fighting coordination in this split. I think that is one thing that they have been lacking in this new iteration, and even in the old one, to some extent, they had some of those issues. And it does seem like a bit of decision making, a bit of shot calling, maybe is missing there at times. And I look at this and I feel like it's a bit ARAM, but we've seen BYG pull off the ARAM before.
That's
maybe not ARAM, maybe 3 lanes of it, anyways.
And to be honest, Beyond Gaming, they should have the confidence to just play strong lane and to win game. against an opponent like Sem9, if I'm, being completely even-handed here. But I'm just saying, in those teamfight situations, I would hate to be a Jace or a Jinx when there is a Rakan and a Malphite heading towards you, and there's no tanks on my team. So I feel like this is one of those comps where Reset City, you could see a very one-sided teamfights going both ways.
For sure. Well, I love to see an explosive game, and we'll see if we get that one. Electrocute on both sides out the mid lane. Fire with fire, indeed, or lightning with lightning, I should say. And look at this. Beyond trying a little bit of trickery level 1 by bringing Kino up to the top. Shiramine. He ain't taking the bait, though. He doesn't even know it's there. Well, maybe he does. Oh, look at that emote.
Look at Shiramine's runes. He's going for the get rich or die trying build.
My goodness. The rocks on this guy, huh?
Yeah, he definitely wants to one-shot delete the rest of the team. I'm not sure he really needs it, to be completely honest. And I do want to mention that we have seen people still go for the tank build, even when they take Arcane Comet. So it's definitely possible that, it's just laning phase rune. But I do want to see him go for the...
look,
fun builds.
You gotta love the Wrecking Ball. And I think, I kind of said it in jest, with the ARAM side for BYG, but an AP Malphite, that would be a whole nother story. Let's see how this one shakes out, though. I'm excited. I mean, Sem9, again, they got nothing to play for but pride at this point. And if they want to have some fun with it and try something unorthodox, maybe that's the way you catch Beyond Gaming off. And Beyond, the pressure's on them, right? Despite the fact that they're so much further ahead in the league, they can't really afford to drop games with the playoff race as close as it is.
Yeah, currently they still have 3 games on the docket, and they actually have one of the easier schedules left compared to the teams that they're trying to catch up to. They still play PSG and MFT, so they are expected to lock in at 12 wins, and that would still give them a pretty strong shot at second place. Now DCG has already dropped a game, so that's kind of the angle that Beyond Gaming are aiming for. Coming back into this game, though, I expect Beyond Gaming to have a very strong early game. All 3 of these lanes should be pushing in onto their opponents, and indeed that's what we're seeing earlier on. And the big question is, how does Xin Zhao kind of alleviate that pressure, and how much can Husha get away with? Husha doesn't really want to run into Xin Zhao earlier on, but if he gets to farm up just without having to protect any of his lanes, then he could get very far ahead with a carry like Viego.
Yeah, that's the trouble a little bit here. Oh, Shiro just gets again and again just bopped here. Arashi going in for a level 3, but he's going to run into that ward. Should clear it out. In fact, he may... No, not going to go for it. There was just enough time for Wako and Kino to get out of harm's way. Now Husha up to the top. I think we're setting up for a dive on this. Viego wants to get his snowball on early as he takes the hard path. That's going to be just enough to go to the skies for first blood.
Beautiful tanking coming in from Beyond Gaming right here. Husha just with the point-blank stun. Doesn't even need to flash that one, and Shiramine can't react whatsoever. They drop the tower aggro correctly, and finish off the kill. Great charm,
nice
point-blank, level 2.
Ooh, flash into the stun. Minji is just going to line this one up, and there's a flash follow through, and they even feed the kill correctly over. Ooh, swings in top, swings in mid.
Yeah, absolutely huge play by Kino right there. I love the play in the bottom side. He actually fronts that the jungler is behind them. He sees the Xin Zhao, and then he walks towards the Xin Zhao, which actually makes, I believe, makes Sem9 drop a little bit of their guard in the top side. Makes the gank a little bit easier for Husha coming in. And then another beautiful play into the mid lane. Good choreography by Minji. Point blank charm. And then he also follows up, after you land the staggering blows, you do extra damage to the target that was just stunned. So he flashes in to get those autos down and secures the kill.
Oh yeah. So, lane dominance, name of the game right now, and now Klax almost about to step on those traps, but Philia does, dodges back in, not before the hook brings him back in. Husha is a little bit late to get much done. It is a little hard to gank a Xayah Rakan, to be fair. But they will walk out of this one. And as you said, it is all down on what Husha can get away with. So far, so good on a couple of lanes here. And Arashi just going to do his best to power farm up and try to get out of this one without too many kills. But I think we might see more.
Knockback.
Shiro's held his flash. There's the knockback. He's just trying to walk away. Gets the rock clap on, but he knows he's got nothing. He turns back around again. And Leon gets the solo kill.
Oh, that was beautiful from Liang. He holds onto the W to wait until the slow comes down from Shiromine. Pops the W, gets max attack speed anyways, and just mows him down. Just beautiful play with the phase rush to get the knockback into the easy solo kill.
Liang is going to become a problem this game for Sem9.
Yep, he is.
Oh boy.
We did say this game was going to be one-sided one way or the other, and
that's true. No middle ground.
It does look like it's tilting one way rather quickly.
Yeah, alright. Well, ClayX is pushing in on Wako right now, 1v1. That's not terrible, but of course the support's about to enter the fray. Yeah, looking at what Sem9 can try and do here, I mean, they really aren't going to be able to get much done on the top, but Arashi is here on Infernal Dragon. If they can maybe get this going, I mean, it's a bit dangerous of a proposition to try and solo that one out, but he's just going to walk away. Minji pushed very far forward here. Both mid laners on level 6. He's not going to try for it, and yeah, Beyond pretty happy with how things have shaken out so far. Just keeping the lane push going, keeping the pressure on. 2,000 gold the lead.
Just absolutely brutal from Husha. They're going to try and kill Shiromine before he hits level 6. Again, if you look at the setup here, Wako already going for the call. It pretty much just means Beyond Gaming's consistently going to go top lane. Kino waiting for the Blade Caller. They'll probably use earlier on, and there's just no help here. Shiromine, can he actually clear the way for 6? That's the big question here.
Looking for it. Flashes, tries to bait a little bit here, and he doesn't quite have 6, but he's bought time for the team as they look to reset. Bought time for himself, again, I should say. That's going to be the stun up, and no, nothing doing. Usha doesn't even need a Heartbreaker to break Shiro's heart.
Oh, yeah, that was beautiful by Beyond Gaming. They have too many wards on the top side, so they know that it's coming. This is a 3v2 they have to survive, though, but no quickness.
Gonna be the root. No, they don't have the levels just yet. Trying to juggle the aggro. They do manage to take down Kino, and Arashi is gonna look to tank this after the fact, but Wako, he gets a return kill. Might get a second. ClayX is solo. He does, and he walks it out. Are you kidding me? Wako with the absolute godly outplay, and he might get a third here with the knockup. No! Oh, wow.
A bit of a disaster in the bot lane. Oh, no.
Oh, boy.
Lazard doesn't have mana for portal jump. That was a bit of a weird situation, but he kind of was dead anyway. And this game just falling apart again. We'll take a look at the bottom lane. This was a very forced dive. They needed to get aggro onto Philia and then tank it off, I think. Arashi does drop the aggro quite nicely, but it lands on ClayX, which, is so unfortunate right there. Because it lands on ClayX, they don't have the finishing damage to take down Wako. It allows him to get excited and then walk out. Philia tries to finish off with the flash, but doesn't make it happen. And Shiromine, he's holding onto his ult. Can he get out?
Tries. Looked again. Nope. That's unfortunate. Yeah, this is looking a little rough. Sem9, you could tell they really needed to force that down bottom, or really wanted to, before Arashi was on 6. I think they could have just left, honestly, after getting Kino. But they're going to go for round 2 here.
Let's see if
just
they
Wako
get
this time.
A better aggro juggle this time around. They should be able to get Wako. It's a 4v1.
Yeah, I mean, no. Okay, good shutdown. That is a lot of gold into the pocket of Lazar. The problem is they kind of lose Free Herald for it, and they can't get much else. Maybe Dragon?
They could definitely go for Dragon for sure. I think they're thinking about more gold right now, and this is probably the best that Sem9 could have gotten out of all of these trades. Top lane's just, he can't even go 1v1 at this point for Shiromine. He's 40 CS down, and I really want to see the gold graph, but I think he's about 2,000 gold behind at this point already.
That sounds about right. I don't venture to do math on broadcast. That's not one of my strong suits. It's been proven over many years, but I reckon you are correct, and it is a 3,000 gold advantage, so at the very least I can count. In favor of Beyond Gaming with the 8 kills to 3. However, dive successful. Lazard gets the bounty, and they do pick up an Infernal Dragon, the only one that'll be on the Rift this game. So, they get something for their troubles. But yeah, Shiro, he's a very small rock boy right now. He's having a rough game.
He's a pebble at this point. Yeah, he's not really a boulder status just
yet.
And please don't face check
that. The Geodude, right? Oh. And hammers beat rocks, it turns out.
The emote comes out. Nicely done right there. I just gotta feel bad for this guy. He is gonna go for the tank build. I think this is a correct move. Honestly, his composition doesn't actually need more damage at this point. It just needs a chance to catch on to targets. Looks like Wako is pretty happy to be the sacrificial lamb this game. He's just gonna sit on his skull, probably get a Gale Force, and call it a day afterwards. The big question will be if they can get the shutdown on the Jason D's team fights, and I think Sem9 are... Oh boy.
Yeah, it could be a bit of a counter engage here. It's a 3v2. They've actually deleted Kino already off the map and Husha, but here is the counter trap as the Recon comes in. Husha manages to take down Arashi.
Lazar,
he's going to assume his form off that one. Minji on the run right now, but he's able to stay nice and safe. Ducks, dips, dives, dodges, and charms right into the pickup. And another double kill coming through for Beyond's mid laner while it's all happening. Liang is free hitting topside. And the rich get richer, Clement.
Shiro just trying to get his ult off. He's walking across the map, but the fights are happening so fast, and I've got to say, it was a beautiful outplay from Minji. He dodges out on the Sleepy Trouble Bubble, 2 paddle stars. He just sticks to Lazar right in his face and kills him point blank. Beautiful stuff coming in from the Ahri. You can tell Ahri's still going to be a force, even on 12.5. Again, good start here by Sem9. They do get Kino right off the bat, but unfortunately for them, Shiro can't join the rest of this fight. He's caught in a very awkward position as the fight transfers over towards the ramp, and just watch Minji and his footsies. He gets behind the Zaya, pulls the orb towards the left side, point blank charge on Lazar. Lazar doesn't land a single ability on this Ahri before going down himself.
Yeah, you can definitely see the skills diff on that one. With that, a lot of assist gold, some kills as well. Husha picks himself up a shiny new Divine Sunderer. And yeah, I think you're right. Like Wako knows exactly what his job is in this game, and it's like, okay, I'm just gonna use the rocket to get some damage out onto the enemy team when they group. I'll let Minji and Husha clean it up. Liang sits on side lanes, and hey, you know what? It's a thing that works for this team.
It definitely is, and you know, this is the strength of Beyond Gaming, is that they really can shift their game plan towards any of their 3 lanes. One of the rare teams that can actually do that. Minji looking for the ultimate. They do have Clayx cut off. I would not...
That's charge on the traps, the burst. That's all they needed. Now they need to just reset on the aggro. Getting excited, Wako's going to be able to find 2 off of that one with a little help from the rest of his friends. No. He will go down, but Minji, no! Minji getting turned by the tower. And actually, Sem9 finds something out of a bad situation, getting 2 kills in revenge down bottom side.
Absolutely massive right there. Arashi with some beautiful outplays. He doesn't get the Wako kill necessarily. Wako somehow gets the execute to go through. So gold missed and a very angry emote popping for Arashi. But he gets the 3 Talon Strike before Minji can even flash. So gets the big shutdown on him. Once again, he already has the Gore Drinker. And in the meantime, Lazar also picks up a kill outside of screen. So we'll watch this again. This was a pretty failed trade by Beyond Gaming, if I have to call it out. Clayx at this point, not really worth that much gold. They do aggro reset on Husha, but on the second time around, you see Wako just dying there, and a beautiful knock-up for the tower to land there onto Minji, secures a kill. It ends up being a 3-for-1 trade.
Okay, so I was trying to figure out how Arashi didn't get that kill, and I realized he literally just walked at Wako while he was in his ult and just never touched him.
Yep.
Because the tower killed him first. Okay, yeah, that's frustrating. I'll give
Wako
Arashi
played that pretty well for walking back into the tower. You know,
Yeah.
that small trick you can do to get the execute off faster.
Yeah, but beyond, this is another thing Jinx can do. Doesn't matter about the nerfs on your Q. You can still use your minigun to great success to shred down towers. So, well, I think we spoke too soon when we said Wako's job this game was, you know, complete the cold call to game. All of a sudden he's on the board with 2 more kills, and I feel like it's going to be a race to see who gets the resets this time around, and Leon wants to join it. He's already got 3 kills, and most of them solo against the likes of Shiramine. And
with Arashi on the solo mission once more, but I don't think he can take this solo.
Wait a minute. Oh, I mean, he would have. He would have. True. I think he would have, Clement. But, no, Shiro tries. He tried so hard. Oh, but he gets denied by the flash of Liang. He saw the opportunity. for revenge. He saw the chance to get the moral victory. Oh, but Liang with the flash, and Philia limps away. Close calls all around.
I like how Arashi is just laughing at the situation. He knew he got the top laner. Even though the top laner, like you said, was, you know, bashing on his Shiro all day long, he knew he would have won that fight if it wasn't for the 3-for-1. And,
sweet
well,
700 gold.
Yeah, I don't know what much to say of this game so far. I'm just praying for one Wombo combo in Sem 9. I feel like they could call it a day with their dignity intact.
I think if they could pull it off, it would look good, but they've been set so far behind here. Arashi playing his heart out. I think Sem 9 have shown that they do have the power to counter-engage if Beyond get a little too feisty. But they're starting to snowball with these reset champions, and that is a worrying trend.
Yep, and we are seeing a push into the mid lane. Oh, but Sem 9 can't even really set up a siege at this point because of how powerful Liang is. 2 items, double lethality already done. And on targets like Klaex and Felix, he just needs to land 2 shock blasts and they could just die. So
yeah,
you can see Sem 9 understand that that's probably not a great idea for them to be. I feel like Sem 9 have to move into a strategy where they allow Beyond Gaming to get on objectives first, and then when they're grouped up, use their Wombo.
Well, Sem 9 trying to move as a unit. The problem is they're being drawn all over the map here as Liang is free timing on the top side. You've got Husha hanging around Minji on bottom, and not a lot in the way of objectives to take across the map, but they are locking Sem 9 out of control of their own jungle.
Oh, 3v1?
Yeah, Liang. Oh boy. He's sandwiched.
Liang's gonna take the 3v1 though.
He's sandwiched, but he feels strong right now. He's got his hammer.
They don't go for it, really? They don't try to kill Liang?
Arashi goes in, but it's 1v1, and he's got a 2-level disadvantage. I don't think they were on the same page at all here, trying for a big quickness. It's just not happening. Meanwhile, Herald is going to be moving down the bottom. What is happening? Sem 9 had a clear opening and just whiffed it.
Yeah, and the raid boss doesn't even go down. They don't commit to finishing the final chapter right there. So Beyond Gaming, they get 2 free towers in the bottom side.
Whew. Swing and a miss there, Clement. Sem 9. I don't know what they were setting up for if they didn't want to take the play.
Yeah, like, if you are already sending 3 people there, you have to expect there's wards, and that just means you have to commit. There is no half measures when you are this far behind. It's a huge drop in efficiency, and I think they're going to try and right their wrongs here.
Okay, Liang stays a little long into Arashi. This time he's a low over the knockback and denies it again. Liang stays alive.
No flash, no worries. Yes, phase rush and ghost blade. Arashi knows he can't really chase that one. So once again, Liang able to walk away with murder and some krugs.
Oh boy. I haven't seen a Jace get away with this much shenanigans since Act 3 of Arcane. I'm just going to say it.
I'm one of those Jace supporters. I felt like Jace was actually a very humble leader. He had a lot of pressure. He did flip-flop quite a bit. But I don't know. He's like, I think he's a very good leader. I would give him a solid 8.5.
I mean, you know what? Like, it's a pretty big mess in Piltover and Zon. He's certainly not the worst they could have had. I'll say that much. Now let's see. Maybe they can complete the mission here. Sem 9 trying to bait a trap, but so far behind. This is a 5v4.
No flash. There they go.
To knock up. Yes, they managed to get the big Malphite ultimate, but can they finish the fight? Shutdown. Raid boss has been taken out. Arashi on the front charge, but Minji has come in to join the fray. Counter engage here for Beyond Gaming, and they clean up. Not 1, not 2, but 3 kills, and Minji is not done yet. Orb of Deception looking to chase down Philia as he leaves Lazar for his team. Should be able to do it, but that is a very fast Messiah, and I think that's going to be it. But they cracked the base again.
The minion wave is still a little bit late here, but they will have the tower going down. They can't finish the game right off of this push, though. I will say the death timers are way too low, and we do have to stay on the bright side. Those were some massive shutdowns going on the way of Sem 9. We'll watch this again outside of vision. The trap closes in. Good protection by the Malphite. 950 gold shutdown going over. Arashi, that was just so close. He actually misses the W as Wako is able to sidestep there. Or else I think they would have been pretty close to the kill. Of course, Wako still having his flash there.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, they just don't have the damage to deal with Ninji as he pops back up on the side.
I will say, though, all that aside, all the result, Shiramine can look at that one kill column and just say, you know what? All that bullying in the lane, but I got one back. He got it back, Clement, and he got 700 gold off of it.
Well,
oh no! Liang's right back onto it! Oh dear. Okay, never mind. He needs to get another kill again.
Well, if you ever wondered if those kills ever swung the equation, the answer is a solid no. We saw the gold graph that he was down 4,500 gold. So that's a mythic and a giant belt and some change for the top laner. Not a lot he can do at this point. I just feel like Sem9 probably tried to run that off cooldown again and again. What I like about Shiramine is he's not expending his ultimate, he's saving it for the Wombo, keeping that chance alive, and here it comes.
Speaking of combos right now, will they be able to do it here as Kino zoning out? The rocket completely whiffs, but it doesn't seem to matter here as Husha starts by taking down Arashi, and they just tag team it right in. Playex doing his damnedest, and Shiro's just too late to the fight. That's 2 more kills picked up by Wako, and the ace is clean, and the base is in sights.
Well, there is nothing saving Sem9 right now. If they have to break this curse, they have to do it against much tougher opponents going forward. They're still looking to get that first win on their season, but in the meantime, Beyond Gaming inch closer to getting that second seed. They can't catch up to PSG. They actually can still catch up to PSG if PSG lose all of their games, but they're definitely eyeing for top 2 now.
Yep, it is very possible for Beyond to recapture the spot that we thought they might not be able to take again. Playoffs mean a whole lot, and the seeding is so close this time around. Unlike a lot of other splits, we just have some seriously stiff competition at the top half of the table. Beyond Gaming, they close this one out decisively. A few missteps, a few over pushes, but not enough punishment coming out from Sem9. Just didn't have it in them to do it. And I think that is one of those wins you can still learn some things from as Beyond Gaming take a pretty big victory on the board here and move themselves closer, contesting for that top position. If I had to guess, Clement, I think we are going to be in for some tiebreakers this Sunday.
Oh, you bet. I would pencil it in already. I think there's at least 2 or 3 games that have to be played. Just looking at how congested our top 5 actually are in this split. Coming back into this game, I felt like there was some good laning performances, good ganks coming in from the bottom side. We saw Wako being forced onto the back foot here, but unfortunately, Beyond Gaming were just able to get so much more on the top than the bottom side was able to get for Sem9. We have to commend Wako for a great play in the bot lane where he outplayed a 1v3 for 2 extra kills. A little bit unfortunate on the tower aggro switching. If they switched onto Rakan, I think the game would have been a lot different. They would have had at least one solid lane to play through. Somehow the tower focused onto Clay X. He had to walk back out, and it was just kind of a start of the end.
Neither team's tower were friends to Sem9 that game. Unfortunately, Arashi getting completely denied by Wako as well. And it just was one of those games where things got out of hand fast, as is the case in a lot of Beyond games, but also a lot of Sem9 games. And unfortunately, the Malaysian reps will still be winless here. They could look for a miracle win. We have seen very bizarre game drops from both Deep Cross and CFO. It is possible, but yeah, at the end of the day, they've just not been able to get it together well enough. There are sparks. There is some organization to this team, but they're just a little bit weaker on the individual level than just about everybody else. And I think that's the trouble, is they just don't seem to have the same skill level.
It definitely is the case, and I think the offseason will be a great chance for them to dig in and finally decide on who they want to run as their starting players. I feel like it's always healthier for a team if they have a stable rotation and know who they want to develop for the future. You know, I don't think you're looking for current power. I definitely think you're looking for potential and for growth opportunities with this team heading towards the summer split, as unfortunately they don't have a chance for the postseason.
But looking at the results of this game, pretty decisive. lot of damage dealt on that top side solo put out by the Jace. Liang just looking so dominant on this Jace. But, I mean, this is a guy who's kind of done nothing but damage dealing. I mean, you look at the champions that are in his repertoire. It's all Tryndamere, it's Jace, it's Gwen, it's Graves. That's pretty much it. We've seen so many top laners flex it around, but no, this guy certainly loves to sit on those side lanes and just pump out the DPS. Of course, Minji, another player who loves to do the same kind of thing, but it's all about assassinations, as Ahri looks very comfortable. And of course, Liang will win the MVP for just shredding health bars.
No surprises here. Great coordination with Husha in the top lane. A lot of times they were willing to go for quite extreme tower dives, going down to less than 100 HP on the second dive, especially there. But they juggle aggro really well. They played with the fact that Viego can drop aggro by using his passive, and they just snowball this lane into absolute oblivion right here. And I think Liang is currently the most important member on the side of Beyond Gaming. Their team really goes as he does. When they win, it's usually because he's smashing lane and getting split push. When he loses, when Beyond Gaming loses, it's usually because he's getting camped and he falls behind. So we will see other teams, especially the remaining matches of MFT going up against Taco. Can other teams kind of exploit that fact?
I think that is a really key thing, right? Because it does seem like it is very much easier said than done, but it is a clear path to victory for teams looking to upset Beyond. However, didn't happen today as they take the victory. We have one more on the docket, so we'll go on a quick break, and when we return, we'll close it out with PSG versus Impunity.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Our family. No, wait, you feel alive. You're floating in the air. There's lightness everywhere. Watch the stars turn, signals from another place. See the colors burst, lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste, we will elevate. Blowing up the blue skies, turning to nighttime. We are traveling with our gravity. Reaching the horizon, we just keep on rising. We are traveling with our gravity. Nothing brings us down. 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 We are traveling with You're carried by the sun. New chapters have begun. Tomorrow never ends.
You're rising up again. Watch the stars turn signals from another place. See the colors burst, lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste. We will elevate. Blue skies turning to a blue light. We are traveling with our gravity. Reaching new horizons, we just keep on rising. We are traveling with our gravity. Nothing brings us down. 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 We are traveling with our gravity. Touch the sky, travel to the stars, there's a little bit of touch the sky, travel to the stars,
All right, welcome back for the final time tonight. We got one more game on the board for the PCS Spring Split 2022 Week 6 Day 1. It's an absolute mouthful, and of course I stumbled at the finish line, but that doesn't matter. What does is that we're going to see PSG taking on Impunity. And before we get there, I do want to thank our wonderful sponsors one more time. It is going to be CTBC Bank and Caliber. Thank you so much for making the PCS possible. Now, Clement, we've already seen one pretty darn big upset today. PSG, they had a pretty darn big upset last week. Can Impunity stack the odds in their favor?
Yeah, this one is absolutely massive, I think, for both teams coming into this one. We've already said a lot of times there are 3 teams vying for only one slot to get into the upper bracket, or else they will have to start lower, or they will be eliminated if they lose even just one best of 5. And on the other hand, for PSG, the pressure is mounting to defend their top spot. Earlier today, we said that if CFO and Beyond Gaming didn't pick up their games, then PSG would be able to just shake them behind with a win in the final game here. But since both of them have actually won, they can't even get rid of 4th and 5th place right now. They are still closing in on them. So all of these games are must-wins. I expect PSG to play extremely tight, and you will not see any shenanigans as the likes of DCG.
No, very not likely there, as PSG taking to the rift here. They may have dropped a couple of games, but still looking stronger than ever. Hanabi, Juhan, Bay, Unified, and Kaiwing. And this is a team that, they have to worry about everyone creeping up on them right now, because it's not just CFO and Beyond. I mean, J-Team are up there, too. The only sigh of relief there is the fact that Deep Cross lost today, and does mean that they could potentially put themselves 2 games ahead with 2 to play.
Yeah, we did see PSG drop a game against CFO very unexpectedly because CFO were doing very poorly. But if we want to sum up what happened in that game, was CFO played an extremely fast-tempo game. They dominated the mid lane early. We even saw Mission solo killing Bay with the Galio. Of all champions, I never expect Galio to solo kill anyone, but he was able to make that happen. And I feel like Impunity Esports will try a very similar strategy. Now, Taco has been having some really good games. He's one of the higher ranked players out of the entire PCS, actually. And Faith does like his assassins, so maybe we could see a same strategy. I would say Bay is kind of the big fundamental for PSG. His champions, especially the Rise, are kind of the bedrock where PSG build a lot of their rotations and their team fighting front on. So targeting Bay seems to be the way to go in all of these wins against PSG.
Yeah, of course, Faith has been also one of the bigger Rise players in our league, but he's shifted a little bit out of that from time to time. So I do think, trying to shut down Bay is a huge prio there for the likes of Impunity. But what will Faith go if they take away some of the shared champion pool? I think one thing that is a little bit relieving, though, for Impunity is that, we talked at the beginning of the day, they had still not secured playoffs. Well, with a Hurricane loss earlier, they do, at the very minimum, have that 8th seed, but they can still earn so much more. Looking for a 6 would be huge, and of course they have a chance to try and leapfrog the likes of Meta Falcon team here with a win. It would be a massive statement for this squad to be able to do it, but we are into picks and bans. Tryndamere banned, Lee off the board. Let's see what's next.
Of course, Impunity is the last hope of the LST coming into this region, and the combination with the PCS here, so they have the entirety of the Southeast Asian fans behind them. PSG are going to start off with a lot of towards Quiet, banning away both of his champions, and this is pretty much a normal strategy for PSG because Hanabi can go for the Gnar, can go for the Gangplank. They do like to keep the power level of top lane picks relatively low so their weak side picks can still shine.
Yeah, and it makes a lot of sense. It works well for PSG, and it's such an asset to have Hanabi be so excellent on so many champions, not just the power picks, but also the other ones you mentioned there. Ari ban as well against Faith. That's been his big non-Rise pick, I should say. It is an assassin. It's also a bit utility. Has some opportunities to do a little bit of both. Impunity's final ban, they are going to focus on Bay. Get rid of the Comfort Rise. He's still been able to find a lot of success on the likes of the Syndra and a handful of other champions. So we'll see what he goes towards this game. If they maybe try to take that away and put it in Faith's hands, he has had a Syndra game at least once this split.
So this is a very interesting draft strategy, and I think a lot of teams have caught on to the fact that Juhan tends to be the one to play a little bit looser when PSG have strong leads. So they're banning away champions that have great escapes in the Lee Sin and the Hecarim. I think, honestly, Juhan's a lot easier to deal with if he's on something like the Xin Zhao that can be punished a lot harsher if he oversteps or misplays. So Impunity.
Oh my goodness, no Zeri. No Zeri on either side.
Wow, we really are in 12.5. A
Yeah,
bit
for real.
surprising to see.
I mean, Blaze is like one of the only people to have lost on it, so fair. I kind of thought PSG would first pick it.
I haven't gotten the players' input on it just yet, but from what we've seen regionally around the globe, it's still a very strong pick. And I just want to say perhaps it's a small sample size, or perhaps both of these players have something else in mind right here. So we're going to take a look at the bans, at the picks coming through. PSG will have a weaker bottom lane, in my opinion. Tom Kench, not a lane that can push rarely easily. We rarely see blind Tom Kenches because of Renata's existence right now in the meta. So it's interesting to see what they're doing. But for me, it is shaping up to be a weak side bottom lane. But some very strong ganking potential onto Xayah later on.
Yeah, the Jarvan comes through for Juhan. This definitely gives him the ability to get in and out of the lanes with the flag and drag, try to make some plays happen. Of course, on the Impunity side, a lot more potential damage and resets coming through with the Viego pickup. And, well, that's a pick that we only started to see very recently and very infrequently. Although Corki has been adopted, pretty much every other league around the world has put a lot of high prio on him to some extent. It's been a while until we start to see this, and it is a blind pickup here in the mid lane.
Yeah, it's a champion that's pretty weak in terms of the laning phase, but late game, his damage is just completely unparalleled. A lot of times I just don't understand where the Corki damage even comes through. The big change on 12.4 was, of course, you only get your packet at 10 minutes, so it can't impact the first Herald fight. We have seen a lot of teams sort of drop this champion after the changes, but I still think it's a great late game champion, and Impunity are shaping up to be more focused towards the later half of the game right here. PSG are throwing out some interesting bans here. I don't even think Impunity really care about the Rakan, to be honest. I feel like
so
Impunity...
many mid lane focused bans now.
Yeah.
I mean, that's 5 bans towards the 2 new players on PSG.
Well, that goes to show you how strong this Korean duo has been and just kind of stabilizing this team. So kudos to them to slotting in and fitting this team very well. If we look at the champion pools, I believe that's a LeBlanc left.
In terms of what we've seen, I mean, there's been a Silas come through. We've seen a Victor from Bay. I don't think it was particularly good. I'm looking at the few champions he's lost on, and it's mostly been the Rise. Yeah, Leona comes through. No surprises there. I mean, it seems like Pinway was pretty comfortable with whatever he was going to end up on. And now the only question mark for Impunity is what's going topside for Quiet. And he's going to be able to get the counter pick on Hanabi.
My guess is probably GP. He has to do it blind right here.
Yeah. The Nar as well. And hey, you know, we criticize everyone else. Nabi gets a pass.
That is
He's
true.
the only one.
I would say I'm pretty impressed by Hanabi's Nar over the split.
Okay, I want to know what Bay plays because those are some interesting
It's
covers.
a zero.
Okay,
you know
all
coming.
right.
If you have a Corki...
wait, Syndra's up. What am I talking about?
All right, Syndra's a lot more fun. I would prefer the Syndra. And that gives him very strong, just early game as well. A little bit more
games on him already.
I don't really like Cassio into Corki. I feel like the window is actually pretty limited. And this is why I prefer Gameplank.
You know, Quiet actually hasn't gotten to play this champion yet. I'm really excited to see what he does with it. I'm just going to say it. I like this Impunity comp. This is fun.
It's a lot of damage going into the bottom side. If you think about just the roam potential from both of these team compositions, Gameplank drops his ultimate, and it gets really dicey for Jinx into the bottom side. So, interesting draft all across the board. I feel like PSG are actually a little bit weaker on the top side. I could definitely see some 2v2s getting out of hand there. But they have super strong mid because of that Syndra versus Corki matchup. Corki's like half a champion in the laning phase, honestly.
Yeah, that's going to be tough.
And
if they could snowball on Faith.
Yeah, in the bottom side, I think it's like pretty half and half, but generally I feel like both champions on Impunity side are a little bit stronger and just pure laning phase. So I do see this being a very winnable game for them. They have both side lanes to play around, and all they have to do is just be very careful of allowing sort of like the Syndra and Jinx to kind of get out of hand. The rest of the champions aren't. I don't think that the threat level is even that high.
Oh, no, sorry, go ahead. I was just gonna say it's an interesting draft for sure.
Yeah, one thing I will note is kind of the Cataclysm combo. We saw the Cataclysm lock in as soon as Xayah came out, and the big reason here is even in Featherstorm, you cannot cross terrain. So it means that if you don't have a flash, Cataclysm goes on you. What goes up must come down. Xayah's still going to die. And that could be a potential target for them. There's a lot of combos that could go into that. You can Gnar hop, and that creates terrain, which you can create a stun directly using the Mega Gnar ultimate there as well. So there are some combos there that do focus on backlines, but when you have a GP and a Corki, I don't really feel like Impunity are that worried about a single target getting focused down.
Yeah, I also think that like when we came into the split, we looked at this squad and thought like Blaze was probably going to be the reason they won or lost games overall, but it hasn't always been the case for Impunity. Also, as the meta shifted a little bit, and we started to see some reliance on other damage dealing roles apart from the bot lane. I think Impunity have found a bit more of an identity. Some of the X factors in this one, they're going to be quiet. They're going to be Taco. I'm curious to see what Faith can do. I think his job is probably to just survive that lane. But hey, we'll see. We've already had one big upset today. Can Impunity make it another and shake up the standings even further as we take a look at our runes coming out of this one? First strike on the Corki.
Very standard stuff. He does get poke a lot in, so first strike makes sense. I mean, Corki honestly just wants to survive till 6 in lane. And in the other lanes, we do have pretty standard runes across the board. The only big thing to mention is we do have Pingwei with the Glacial Augment, so does signal for more of a gank-heavy approach, and I applaud that one. Kai Wing is a champion that has a lot of issues getting away from targets, and there is a triple stun lined up between Taco and Pingwei. Definitely a good strategy to kind of exploit that bottom side. Meanwhile, in top lane, we have very similar rune choices here, but I would say slightly in favor of Quiet. I do like the grass versus grass matchup quite a bit. Not as much sustain coming in from the Gnar. And unless you can utilize Mega Gnar trades very well, it typically is a lane where you do see Gameplank just get ahead of. And we have seen, Gameplank being able to use early TPs. You just go for sort of like a cheater recall into Sheen and just kind of dominate the lane from that place going forward. There are no components that, unfortunately, the Gnar can match you at that 700 price point. So that's typically what happens in the top side. So I do expect Impunity to gank bot and have leads top.
That's the game plan we're going to be watching out for here. As we get underway, Kaiwing and Unified starting off with an aggressive posture. Kaiwing getting a couple of licks out onto Blaze and Pingwei, but just focus on getting that farm game going. Meanwhile, in the mid, we definitely have to keep an eye here on occasion, see if Bay can bully Faith out. Faith has definitely been one of the players that has been a liability for Impunity in the past, but I think he's been shaping up a lot more lately, and the question is it going to be enough in this game?
For sure. I feel like Faith, if you look at his stats, he does very little damage compared to most mid laners in the PCS. He's hovering around 21%.
Probably more than Nesty, though.
That's true. So Nesty is at like 16, which is like support level damage.
Nesty defies all your stats, man. Oh, Juhan coming in here for a...
He has used his EQ, so this is not actually a fight he can win here, but he is banking on the fact that Syndra can join first.
Okay, they're just going to go for it. Test your smite. No, flag and drag into it, and Taco actually has the jump on him right now. Juhan just didn't calculate it right.
I think he knew the calculations, like 1v1, he wasn't going to win, especially if he just EQ'd dragged up into that space. But Taco, first of all, didn't know that he EQ'd up there, and we are going to have kind of a weird trade from Pingwei here.
Yeah, it's a lot.
So, I feel like Juhan actually loses a lot of time on that one, and it was a good idea to bank on Syndra coming over, but I feel like he miscalculated how fast the rotation could actually come in, and the answer is fast enough to save him, but not fast enough to make Juhan run for his life.
Yeah, more or less. So, game state fairly even here. Taco going to be making a roam into the mid lane. Bay will try to walk out to safety, as He takes the lane tax that is due. Pushes it right on back once again. We are still waiting on that gank down bottom side, but Juhan's significantly slowed down here. Might want to wait for him to get another clear off before he makes that visit. And bot lane's actually pretty pushed, so this is kind of hard for him to do.
I feel like I misjudged the matchup a little bit. Without the gank pressure, then you definitely see poke from Kaiwing just doing so much damage. I love his angles here on this top brush. He's been getting tongue lash after tongue lash after tongue lash. Every time we just turn here, it's very difficult for Xayah to avoid a lot of that. Now we finally see Taco coming in. If they want to force this...
full vision, though.
Yeah, he has to expect that he's on vision.
Pinway and Blaze also a little low, so if this turns into a straight-up 3v3, it doesn't favor Impunity. Now, he waits a significant amount of time, but PSG have access to the information here, and they are going to be bringing Juhan in for lane gank. Taco on another ward, so they go in Zenith Blade. Pinway gets deleted before Taco can even do anything. Blaze burns his flash, and Taco, caught on the Flame Chompers, limps away.
Oof, that was just painful to watch. PSG had that angle covered completely. They probably knew as soon as they had the Glacial Augment that was going to be the case here. I expected Impunity to actually wait a little while longer for that gank to develop. You really want to wait until you have 6 from Gameplank, who's having a great time top lane, as we were talking about. He's holding the wave here, and he does have that Sheen by. And in the meantime, you really want to get that serrated Dirk to control the lane for Impunity. So forcing things a little bit too earlier on, they will pay a very heavy price for it. And we've seen this so many times. Unified a lot of times he just gets leads you're not expected him to get.
I mean, Unified's just ridiculously good. And Taco caught out in his own jungle here by Juhan. Faith going to try and help throw down the Foss Bomb. And here's both supports. But unfortunately, PSG is just winning the day, so they claim their prize, which in this case is Raptor Camp Taco. Despite being able to get that 1v1 early on against Juhan, fallen behind his opposite number. Oh, flash forward!
Flash in. Beautiful.
Hey! Oh, absolutely calculated.
Oh, got the exact number of spheres that he needed right there. You can go up to 6, but he gets the 5 spear calculation. And that's really the difficulty about playing against a Syndra. She knows her damage numbers a lot better than someone that isn't playing her in that moment. Will just great flash in by Bade. That's going to get a Hex Drake. And also force the bot lane to play super safe at this point. This is going to be very difficult for Blaze. He doesn't have Featherstorm, and he doesn't have any summoners here. So venturing out is a tough ask at this point.
Yeah, that was the other thing about that fight down bottom. Not only did Blaze have to get quickly back to safety, but lost both his sums in doing it, and Taco trying to get a little bit of jungle on for himself. Oh, he doesn't even take the last one. Meanwhile, we don't even have time to talk about that because look what's happening. A repeat gank. Immediately, Blaze gets popped. Kill into the pocket of Unified, and oh, it's going from bad to worse for Impunity down here.
Yeah, Impunity did not manage to hold the wave in that situation, and their jungle just burned his flash onto the top side of the map. They're completely isolated here, and that's kind of the problem when you're playing this sort of a weak mid laner. Is a lot of times the pressure is going to transition into bot. The bleed over is, at this point, very hard for bot lane to deal with. I feel like Blaze he doesn't have control of the lane, even on this item buy. Usually, we do see Xayah starting to be able to push, but with the 2 kills here, that's not going to be the case. And Impunity, they have that late game scaling. I'm not going to count Viego, Gameplank, and GP out, but it's looking like a real far way off.
Yeah. Quiet needs to stack a lot of gold real fast. Sitting on that Sheen. He's been having a pretty good time, as you mentioned, but unfortunately the rest of the team has not.
Yeah, and what we were really waiting for was the level 6 Cannon Barrage and the package to come through on a big team fight. That's what this comp is really all about. You want a bottom side fight, a 3v3, where the other members can just funnel in and make a clear win out of that. The problem right now is, if you look at the 3v3 in the bot lane, they pretty much just get one shot. So it doesn't even matter if the rest of your pieces have the additional mobility to get there. Your team that starts the fight is not going to survive till then.
No, it's you need to stay alive long enough for the teleports and the plays and the globals to start coming through, and not happening. PSG going to open up onto Rift Herald. Hanabi is able to roam after shoving the wave. Taco's nearby here, but that would be a risky proposition to try and counter it. he really wanted to. Does spot this out, though, courtesy of that Scryer's Bloom, but a little too late to do much about it.
So I think in the late game, I feel like Impunity still have a lot of chances to kite away from danger. If you look at their composition, they have the triple barrel chain, and they have Faith just raining down rocket barrages onto Bay. So they still have a good chance of like kiting this game out and bringing it into a standstill. PSG do not have the strongest of engages, especially if you look at Kaiwing and Juan, of course, is great engage, but they don't really have much coming in from their support position. So Impunity, they just have to weather the storm at this point. Where Taco ends up is going to be absolutely critical, and this is a great timing by PSG. There are no TPs across the map, only cannon barrage here, and they're going to force it out.
Yeah, I think so. Well, maybe not. Okay, spoke a little bit too soon there as took a little bit of poke, decided to get cold feet on that one. No need to expose yourself to a bad situation as PSG playing pretty calm and measured. I'll be forcing quiet back a little bit there, and that is something that this iteration of PSG has been particularly good at, is just reading the map, reading the game state, and making the correct play 9 times out of 10.
They are very risk-averse. I actually expected them to just go in and at least force out the ultimate right there, but they didn't want to get the 2-man caught on the top side of the map. Like, they had 2 extra ultimates in that fight, and they still played it extremely safe. This is 2022, new PSG for you.
Yeah, I know, right? How things change. Definitely a bit of a different look without Maple and River. But Bay and Juhan definitely have added their own flavor in the way this team has played. It has been very calculating gameplay. And there's a big part of why they sit atop the league. But not as cozy on that throne, Clement. Keep in mind, PSG, right? Like they've been the #1 seed into the playoffs for a year now, consistently, and won it after the fact. So if they don't get that first seed, it'll be the first time since 2020.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a huge thing to remember, how dominant PSG have really been. It's kind of easy to forget, but these guys weren't the Flash Wolves, okay? You might see Maple, you might see Hanabi as like, they're the Flash Wolves, but they really had a pretty big transition. Most of the Flash Wolves staff actually ended up in the LPL, and they are a brand new organization on their own coming into PCS. We are going to see the Herald drop, and this should be a clean Herald take right here. I don't think Impunity want to sink resources into defending
here,
this.
Though. The Blaze already tanks a big zap. That's going to be so close to finishing off the tower. Blaze is so low, and rocket intercepted by Taco. This is a bit touch and go here, and Faith has picked up a package, and he's looking for someone to sign for it.
Yeah, I'm a little bit curious on Impunity's decision to actually tank the tower right there. They do hold on to their tower, but I don't think it makes much sense in the grand scheme of things, and they will just end up losing the Drake for it. So we'll see if they have any fight right here. Like, I feel like PSG are still pretty happy to just walk into bot lane and just outrange and take the tower down anyway, so they're not very concerned about that attack being throtted. As we finally get the response I personally would have wanted to see, Impunity moving towards the top side, trying to get something in return.
Navi doesn't see this until it's a little bit late right now. Let's see if he can stay alive. Cannon Barrage comes down. Narbar about to run out. And he gets stopped and stunned. Nowhere to go. And that is going to be the pickup. In exchange for tower, Faith claims a kill. But how much more can PSG get here as they've got 3 and a minion wave on tier 2?
Yeah, I feel like a lot of times a better play in that situation is you give up the tower, you preserve HP on most of your champions, and then you look for cross-map plays. I feel like Impunity lost a little bit too much in the defense, and the rotation was slow. I feel like Taco could have headed top lane immediately when that play was starting to develop right there. And, I really would have preferred like Quiet Cannon Barrage drop bot lane, try to get something back onto top side. But in this case, the gold lead actually shifts massively towards PSG, as inner towers actually contain a lot of gold.
Yeah, all that buys Unified a shiny new Kraken Slayer as well, and this is going to be a little bit tough for Impunity to try and fight out. Now, critically, though, Quiet does have access to his Trinity Force too, so the Gangplank has been doing all right. I wanted to call attention to the fact that Hanabi has been outplaying this, and now, even with the nerfs to the Hullbreaker, he still opted into it for a first item. Of course, I guess in Mega form, Nara is melee.
I've seen on 12.5. The builds really haven't changed that much. Hullbreaker is still pretty common on Gnar, even though I do feel like Gnar should be very much weaker. It's easier to trade on him without all those extra resistances, especially in mini Gnar form. He only gets 50% of those resistances compared to his melee form. So he is a little bit easier to take down, especially when mini Gnar. But it's still pretty common, and we also see Triforce being built a lot onto the Gnar these days around. So Hanabi, just happy to stay in 1v2. They have full vision of Taco, but he knows that his jungler is around as well.
Yeah, if there's anybody who's familiar with the Gnar v Gangplank matchup, it's got to be Hanabi too. He definitely knows the limits of what he can get away with, and pretty full control here for PSG as they're baiting around the side. Ooh, that ward saved the life of Pinway.
Yeah, I absolutely love the way that Hanabi played this. You know, early on, there's nothing much you can do against the Gangplank. I feel like he always gets that, you know, just the Sheen item buy, the TP bag, and you can't trade against him. But something that Hanabi did really well in this lane is he actually punished Quiet for holding the wave. One way you play against the Gangplank is you make sure he can't parlay you constantly and has to deal with the minion wave. So you just pushing him in, and whenever Gangplank tries to walk up and trade, you have the minion wave behind you, and you can also do a lot more auto trades without worrying about countermeasures from the ranged minions on Quiet's side. So that was really beautiful from Hanabi's part, and pretty common in the way that you have to play some of these lanes. It's about stacking up and knowing that when you have to use the minion wave to your advantage. As Taco is here, but probably takes aggro a little bit earlier than we wanted to.
Yeah, a bit of a misfire there, and turns tail and runs away from the baby Yordle in pajamas.
I would do the
though.
same thing too. Just saying.
Oh yeah, I mean, Gnar's terrifying. I don't want to deal with that. But yeah, almost 16 minutes on the clock. It's been a low-kill game because PSG, they've just played this out relatively safe. It's a 5,000 gold advantage, not to mention the Drake stack they've got building. It will be an Ocean Rift, worth pointing out this time around. So a lot of terrain to play with, a lot of brushes to hide in, and might make Impunity's life a little bit more difficult. Have to ward up a lot more.
Just an interesting stat to throw out. PSG has won 100% of the games where they have a lead at 50 minutes. We're already at the 16-minute mark, and I think it's fair to say that they have a very solid lead. This is not a team that ever throws to the point that you can claw the game back. Definitely very different from the old PSG in that sense.
Very
we
true.
have the siege going on.
Oh no, second Shelly charge. They might even get a third off of this one. Look at how much damage Unified is dealing onto the tanky members, and yes, a third Shelly charge. I believe the camera pans away there, but we'll have to see if they didn't delete it in time. All the same, Hanabi also shoving wave on bottom side, and yeah, this is the PSG game plan. They're just squeezing Impunity out, who are locked into the playoffs, but would have loved to grab a win here today. Still a chance to do it, but it gets harder and harder.
I feel like Impunity are just still waiting on the second package to come in. They do have the package now onto Corki and an Ocean Drake coming up, so potentially they want to stop the Drake stacking, but at this point I feel like PSG should be confident enough to just walk in and fight this. There are a couple things that Impunity could win out on. Hanabi has 0 rage bar here, so that could mean a huge moment for Impunity. See if they can catch anyone out.
They do see Drake, and you know that's okay. You know, you can always come right back onto it. They don't necessarily need to fight over that one, so it is given out. But Impunity, even though they've managed to sneak one, let's see if they get away fully safely here. Juhan does get caught for a little bit of damage, but not much, and that's going to be a blue buff takeaway for Unified this time around. Ooh, I'm even pinging out for help. No, that's okay. They can't quite chase on this.
Yeah, PSG still staying way too safe right here. And remember the stakes again. If Impunity win, if PSG win here, they will keep the game difference at 3 games with only 2 remaining for both CFO and Beyond Gaming. So they can keep themselves out of reach of those 2 teams if they take this victory.
Now, Deep Cross and J-Team still have the opportunity to catch them. They'll be back 2 games after this, but it does get a lot harder for those 2 squads to close it out, and PSG can definitely look to go 3 for 3 in a couple of years here as #1 seeds heading into the playoffs. This has been one of the more competitive splits we've seen so far, and a lot of it has to do with just so many new teams and so many new players coming into the league. I think we had something on the scale of almost half the active starting players on day 1 were, if not rookies, players that did not have nearly as much stage experience. So it's a big paradigm shift, but you know, some of the old adages of the last couple years do still seem to ring true with PSG finding that dominant momentum. We thought things would be different when they lost on day one to Beyond. Well, they're going to have some chance to right those wrongs, if you will, at the end of the week.
Yeah, hopefully we will see more teams getting in on the fray. You know, 2021 was all about Dago and Maple kind of dominating the league. Unified as well, part of that squad. Bay is, I can't believe how audacious he's just pushing this. He's walking up the taco that can stun him point blank, and he doesn't care. He has Kaiwing there with the flash and devour. He's actually incredibly safe in this position. And in the meantime, you have a big wave crashing down onto the mid lane. That means a Gnar can join here as well. We aren't seeing Hanabi actually hold on to his mini Gnar just yet. Okay, there he goes. He wants to charge that up. Probably join the top lane once that wave is shoved in. Here we go. Juhan could threaten the massive engage whenever he wants to. I believe he has the stasis as well, so if he wants to, he definitely could pull the trigger.
Okay, good defense, though, for the time being. They actually managed to hold on to it. Unfortunately, Faith is a little bit low. Here we go in the picture-in-picture. We're going to check this one with Gangplank v. Gnar. Ooh, stun on Pinway, but nobody's able to follow up. Not the target you want anyways. Here comes Taco. Oh, it's a tense moment. They do manage to land the Solar Flare, but no follow-up damage. Key ultimate down here, and this should be the tower.
Yeah, just mounting pressure by PSG. They just let things simmer and
oh dear,
let it boil. Taco able to walk out right there quite easily. Let's get some extra resistances there. And I feel like this is just the PSG style. They just sit back and just put more and more pressure. They force you to be the ones who are the aggressors. And when they don't see a response, they just keep on taking more and more. It's 20 minutes, 8,000 gold ahead already. And we are still waiting for those Mirror Manos to go online. I feel like that's when Impunity feel that they might have a standing chance. But right now, they've stacked it close to 80% on both Blaze and Faith, just waiting for those big items to come in. We also need the Mythic on Faith as well. Typically, they'll go for the Ludens. Okay, 339. Once he gets that, I think that Impunity will be doing a lot more damage and feeling a little bit more confident in trying to start things off.
There might be a Baron fight coming off of it. I mean, with the way this is going so early, even though PSG are playing very safe, they could threaten this and try to turn for the fight on their own terms. The question is, do they want that?
I feel like PSG, because they don't have the best of turn, are likely not going to start Baron proactively. They're much likely to actually wait for death brushes around these areas. I feel like that's easier to do in these tight corridors. You can use Flame Chompers as pseudo-engage and just trap people as they come forward. Starting the Baron against Corki plus Cannon Barrage, that seems a little bit risky, so I understand what PSG are doing here. And once more, if they win this game, they can take two contenders off of the table to catch their spot. So they're going to play probably as safe as possible.
Yeah, PSG don't want to give anything up, especially after surprise loss against the likes of CFO. Won't want to give that one up again. However, another objective on the table, a lot easier to secure than the big purple worm is, of course, that Ocean Drake they missed out on last time around. So with this, it would put them at Soul Point. Easy enough to take between Juhan and Hanabi. They can still hold the line. And look at this. Impunity trying to fan out here and clear some vision on the pit up top, as well as finish off a tower. They do need something. Impunity have not managed to get a single tower in this game.
Ooh, it's been a really rough time. And a lot of it has just been because of both losing side lanes and not getting a good trade top either as well. I do like this move. They know they can't contest Drake, so they just clear out the Baron, give themselves a little bit more breathing time. We finally have that Luden's Echo completed at 22 minutes.
Let's go.
Second item, that should be the go button, start some poke. Corki will start to hurt after this one. We've all seen how it goes. We could expect just a Hex Drinker next, going for that Malmortius that has been the traditional build right here. And once again, PSG, I don't expect them to fully commit anytime soon. If there is any threat on Baron, there are much easier ways to play out the game. They might even just sit and wait for the Dragon Soul, to be honest. Like, with how we've seen PSG play games this split, I think it's part of the course.
Yeah, kick back and relax. I mean, they don't want to give an opening to this team to come back into it. And as we mentioned in Pick Ban, this is just such a high damage squad that you do not want to risk giving anything over to. Unified on that back picks himself up a rapid fire cannon, so adding a little extra range. Ooh, the rocket flying through. There's nobody you can really delete, but you can irritate Blaze, and honestly, that has its own value.
It's pretty huge. Getting some valuable information on where the AD carry is on the jungle. You know they're going to force it back on him, so they should be very confident of walking into the red side jungle at this point. Kaiwing's going to lead the way, and they meet no resistance. They're just going to full clear, start the fight.
Taco! He's going to have to use his Heartbreaker to get out of harm's way. Oh boy.
That was 2 auto attacks and a zap, taking him down to below half HP.
That's 3 out of Jinx.
PSG look like they're pretty happy to start this one. Hanabi with a great Narbar as well. There are no angles of attack. They have to drop the cannon barrage and try to close on PSG as they are walking out.
Slow response. Already down to 3,000. Teleport actually only just started here as they do get into the Leona pit, but no! Oh, Taco just gets destroyed before he has a chance, and now they're gonna just push forward on this Baron. Quiet, isolated from the team, trying to find an opening. In fact, they don't even look for him as they find Pinway. Blaze already down, and Taco just completely ignoring the gangplank, and it's into the mid lane. Oh boy, Unified outranging the tower here.
That just felt like such a weird timing to actually use the TP right there. He should have dropped the cannon barrage earlier. The TP is a very long time to coming in, so he doesn't even manage to put damage on PSG. That's their best chance for the turnaround right there, especially when their magic resistance is getting shredded by the Baron. But it's kind of perplexingly, Quiet doesn't pull the trigger. They even had a Scryer on him, but just doesn't do it. So
that's
PSG,
just a slow top lane.
Yeah, it just they took that with really no threat whatsoever.
A lot of more shiny item buys coming in. That's going to be the Randuins, followed up by Deadman's Plate and on Hanabi and Juhan. With the Empowered Recalls, they'll be able to get away from this one. You can tell, again, more risk averse, or rather not unnecessary risk taking. Here it goes. Way too late of a reaction, and Taco,
oh, boy,
he sees the chance to be a hero, but he just gets stunned for days. Juhan jumps in, forces the back away, and Quiet's like, I'm going to get this. Wait, where'd they go?
Everyone's gone already. So I will have to say that the Scry did come a little bit later, so it was a panic TP. He definitely should have dropped the ultimate before that. Unfortunately, he just didn't know about it, and Navi's going to find a little bit one-on-one time with Blaze. Also, very unfortunate for Taco. He flashes over the wall, and Meganar still hits him.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah, that's rough. Well, PSG looking to close this one out and try to put some distance between themselves and the rest of the teams at the top of the table, looking to try and get as close to locking up that #1 seed as they can. Still not a guarantee that they've got a playoff bye, but it's about as good as you can get with the win here today. However, here's the counter engage, and a big package delivery from Faith. Will it be enough? As Pinway goes golden to buy some time, Faith trying to cut him off here, but Unified turns unstoppable as he takes down Taco. Boss Bomb irritating them, but Kaiwing stiff-arming. Meanwhile, Hanabi just wins the game!
This is the most Hanabi game we have ever seen. No ganks going on his way, doesn't matter, gets camped, but still wins the game at the very end. I just feel like Impunity, unfortunately for them, they didn't get to pull the trigger early enough. They had both globals online, but we didn't see a combined arms play until the last moments in the game. You saw how much power they were actually packing. They definitely had enough damage to dissuade some of these pushes here, but it's just way too little, too late for them. And a lot of it just came from the fact that the bot lane laning phase went disastrously for Impunity early on. They were losing in the lane with that tongue lash harass, and in their first game they just lost all of their summoners plus a first blood, which put them massively on the back foot. They don't have a real champion in the mid lane for much of the game, and it's just 4v2 pressure mounting, and they also don't trade. So I feel like Impunity just kind of they had late game, but I still feel like they needed to do a little bit more aggression in the early to mid game to make sure that they could actually have a chance later on.
There just wasn't much of an opportunity once Bot got a little bit scuffed, and you see some of the difference in what these players can do with their champions. I mean, top lane started turning in favor of Hanabi after a little while. That bot side, I mean, the Tongue Lash Harass is just a perfect snapshot of just how damn good Kaiwing is at this game and what he can do for Unified. And Unified, of course, just popping off as the Jinx in a lot of those fights. Bay flexing a bit on the Syndra as well. I mean, that flash, unleash power swag in the mid lane. Obviously, he had the card stacked in his favor due to the matchup, but he knew exactly what he needed to just get those little leads. And it was, maybe one or two mistakes from Juhan, like early on, just kind of stepping a little too far forward, maybe a bit of miscommunication between him and Bay. They are not getting the Syndra to join him early enough. Didn't end up costing him because he got out alive just fine. And PSG, they just continue to win by never presenting a weakness, right? They just kind of rolled over slowly just with the shields up.
The scary thing to me is, honestly, they could have just gone with any composition and did relatively similar things. Like, this was not a composition-based game whatsoever. Like, you didn't see what this comp was supposed to do 5v5 grouped together. There wasn't really a lot of interaction between the pieces at all. It was just individual lane dominance and moving across the team as a strong macro formation. And I feel like that's the strongest point about PSG, is just that a lot of times they have a very, very high floor for their individual levels, and that translates to a lot of different types of win scenarios for them where they don't necessarily have to throw down and force mechanics. And that's kind of the interesting thing going into playoffs, because we do have a very, very long time between the end of regular season and then going into playoffs. Playoffs don't start until March 31st. So if you think about that timing window, it does allow teams to drill down on their macro a little bit more. And I just hope we actually get to see PSG tested mechanically when it comes to postseason. I don't really want to see... If you think about the playoffs, what could potentially happen is just 3 series of PSG roll stomping people with this type of macro play. And that would be a new form of purgatory in its own.
It could happen, but I do think that there have been a handful of teams that have been able to surprise PSG, as we've seen in individual games. It could translate, but it is not an easy task. PSG just showed why they are the macro kings of the PCS, and in this one, Impunity, they had a couple things going for them. I mean, Quiet had a good matchup for himself. Unfortunately, bot lane fell too far behind, mid lane fell too far behind, jungle fell too far behind. You can't do it all on your own, and at the end of the day, feels bad when the guy opposite you is the one free hitting the Nexus at the end. So, well-earned win for PSG. They wrap it up in 27 minutes and 15 seconds to put themselves at 14-2, 2 games out of reach of Deep Cross and J-Team, and 3 games out of CFO and Beyond Gaming, who will not be able to contend for a number 1 seed. But there's still the possibility of getting that 2nd seed in that bye.
For sure. We started at 5 teams potentially vying for the championship. Not the championship, the 1st seed today. Now we are down to 3. MVP goes to Unified 5-0-0. It's great kill allocation. No assists handed out whatsoever. And pretty much your expected play coming in from Unified here. I think this game was fairly interesting because it did showcase that the team was willing to pick the Jinx over the Zeri, which is something that we will continue to monitor and see if that's the trend on 12.5. So far, both champions still have super high ban pick ratios. Both of them, Jinx is around 90%, while we have Zeri a little bit higher, still at 93%. But we'll continue to see which teams favor each other, but it does seem like we are getting a bit of parity, at least between the 2 picks.
Yeah, very possible. Could be a new day down in the bottom lane after just a lot of Jinx Aphelios for so much of the season already. Here are today's results. Blue side continues to be pretty dominant, but of course J-Team shaking things up with a win over Hurricane Gaming to start the day. Then CFO beat MFT. Frank Esports upset Deep Cross, our biggest surprise of the day. For Beyond beat Sen9, and PSG, as you just saw, took out Impunity.
Very happy for Frank Esports. You could see the team was in tears as they now advance past Meta Falcon Team and Impunity Esports. I have to mention that their schedule is still relatively tough, and those 3 teams, Frank to Impunity, are vying for only 1 slot to start in the upper bracket. So I expect that to be one of our most tough fights. Meanwhile, the rest of the teams from Megabank to Deep Cross Gaming, everyone is going for the 2nd seed. And Deep Cross and J-Team, they still have some chances of overtaking, not overtaking, but at least getting a tiebreaker with PSG.
Yeah, it's very possible, but of course, these are the 2 squads that have not managed to beat PSG in that top half of the bracket, so they've got their work cut out for them if they get to that point and even doing it. But we do still have quite a lot of contention up here. It is a different day in the PCS than what we have seen in the past as far as the seeding is concerned. No more do we have the PSG perfect split, but a couple teams able to challenge. Let's take a look at tomorrow's matchups and what is on the line. MFT facing off against Hurricane, who are eliminated from playoffs, but MFT, it still means every game counts for them. And then, of course, Frank Esports up against Impunity. That has huge implications for the 6th through 8th fight.
And then we follow up with the J team versus DCG. This is the second and third team, which means that PSG are sitting by on a lawn chair and mowing down popcorn, watching these two fight it out. They can't both win.
Oh, yeah.
And that just means their seat is even more secure going forward. CFO and Beyond Gaming, if they can't vie for first, they definitely want to vie for second. And I feel like most teams will be cheering for Beyond Gaming in the second one. Hey,
they got
a reminder.
one.
Yeah, they took down PSG the first time around. They could do it the second time around, just like with CFO.
And DCG, despite a loss today, did manage to beat J-Team on opening day as well for a big surprise. And they certainly came prepared by showing all of their J-Team credentials. I think a team that enters the league with that much swagger certainly has something to prove for themselves. I'm excited for a lot of matchups tomorrow, a lot of things on the line. And of course, we have 5 more games after this even before we are done with the regular split. Not to mention any potential tiebreakers, Clement. I think it's certainly possible we'll be getting a few based on what we've seen. It feels like every week we get like 1 or 2 possibilities at an upset, and then something crazy happens, and we're like, okay, this changes the game just a little bit.
Just a reminder, we will be playing our tiebreakers, if necessary, on Sunday. So that's why we're starting the week a little bit earlier on Thursday. I'm sure those are going to be very exciting. And as usual in the PCS, everything does come down to the wire, to the very last second, to decide who gets those playoff seeds.
Absolutely. It is going to be an absolute battle and an absolute race to the finish. But that is it for us today. Join us tomorrow once again, same time as more of the PCS Week 6 continues. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. We'll see you next time.